Hello everybody and welcome to Arcadia RPG. My name is Shane Stevens and I am your Dungeon Master. Glad to have you here this evening. I am joined by our cast of players tonight on this murder mystery special stream, and we are glad to have you guys here. Love to have you here watching. So, back to you guys. So thank you so much for joining us. I know this isn't our normal time. We're so excited to be here on this Halloween, doing a murder mystery live stream episode of D&D. For those of you who are tuning in and have no idea what's going on tonight and just maybe heard through word of mouth, whatever, this is going to be a Agatha Christie style. It's going to be on YouTube forever now.
Oh god.
This is a murder mystery Agatha Christie style live stream. This is going to be based in the world of Eberron. We are all dressed in character, and it's going to be awesome. So, we want to thank you guys all for joining us. Those of you who are watching later on YouTube, watching now on live stream, great to have you here. Note, please, that while we're doing our stream, we will be taking a break, probably somewhere around halfway through when I think we're at a good spot, and we won't be monitoring the chat a whole lot. I've got the auto mod on. I'll be looking at the chat personally a little bit, but the cast of characters will not be watching the chat so much. So just so we can stay in character and a little less interactive of a stream tonight as compared to normal. So plus we don't want any of you guys to guess it and give it away. So because the premise of this evening is that the dear Mr. Belkis will be found dead, and one of our players will be the one to have murdered him. So, who done it? We'll find out. There is how the rules break up for this evening. Charisma checks and deception checks will be run kind of funky. I was supposed to give them homebrew rules and I completely forgot. So I'm going to...
Just gonna wing it!
We're going to give checks as I decide.
I clapped really loud
style.
right next
So,
to the mic.
to hold up from people going, are you the murderer? Charisma check. Are you the murderer? Persuasion check. So, keep from that. We're going to kind of...
I rolled a 20. Are you the killer?
30! There it is.
Done.
Perfect.
Bye, everybody. Half an hour in, we're like done. Out of here. See you later.
So we'll be watching that. Also note that there are win conditions for both parties. Our murderer must rather successfully frame another person before the police arrive, or must escape. The players must successfully find the murderer and hold out. If somebody has been successfully pointed out as the murderer, they must hold out till the police show up.
It was you!
So.
Both of you already.
Right
Oh,
on
thank
that.
you! It was you.
Thank you.
For
Made
sure.
me feel a little better.
It could have been him.
Possibly.
I know it was the dog.
It was the dog.
I'm innocent!
Oh, and those of you who are familiar from our live stream, we have put our dog in another room for the evening just to make sure you don't have any interruptions. For those of you who love the antics
She's
of Nixie
been
the dog,
exiled.
she's been exiled.
And I couldn't be happier.
She won't be chewing the floor tonight.
Yes. Or
Chewing
licking.
the floor.
She's ripped up floorboard.
She
bits of
ate
floorboard.
this daffodil.
She ate poor daffodil.
These used to
I
be
made
ears.
it.
That
And a
used
leg.
to be a hand.
Oh, you guys can hand me
Murder.
the cork
Exactly.
pad. We don't need that. We don't have tea tonight.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yes.
Yes.
That's, I was gonna say, intermission will be used for one thing and one thing alone. Tea.
Tea. So, if
Not
you notice,
baffle bricks.
we are set in a very Victorian style interior for this evening to make it a little bit more period and interesting
And dramatic.
and dramatic.
Drum.
So once again, thank you guys so much for joining us. That being said, we are going to start this evening by going around the table and letting our players give you guys a brief kind of introduction to their character, who they are, what they're playing, and once we're done with that, we will enter into the world, and the murder will take place shortly after. Alright, so we'll start on this side of the table with one of our veterans. You should all know Brittany. We'll let her introduce her character.
So, my name is Nyx. I look like a completely normal, regular human who just happens to kill people for a living. I belong to a perfectly respectable Assassin's Guild. Thank you very much. And I am a completely responsible member of society. Thank you.
Alright. Next up on our cast of characters, somebody if you've seen our stream before, you're familiar. the lovely Ashley.
So tonight I am playing Ariel Stratosphere, a fortune teller who is pursuing a business opportunity with Mr. Belkins. Yeah. And I'm an Air Genasi?
Yep.
I think that's it.
So I am playing the wife, Mrs. Genevieve Farman. I'm a lady. And I'm tall.
I'm tall.
How tall?
Gotta get that one in there.
How tall are you?
Elf height.
So tall.
Are we laughing with you or at you?
Yes.
So that was our wonderful Meredith, who you're familiar with on our stream. One of our normal players. Next up, we have the beautiful Megan.
What was that, a war
Keep-
cry?
Keep it together,
Okay.
Megan. This is your introduction.
Hello. I am playing Seiya, the fox shifter, and I am working for Mr. Farland. I'm an expert in all things antiquity and rare, so that's why I'm here tonight.
Alright, and last but not least, we have the devilishly handsome Danny.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Oh god.
Tonight, I will be playing the Kalashtar, whose name is Hara Shana, and I am a wealthy
I'm gonna butcher that.
man that has come from a long line of Kalashtar. My family is very rich, very powerful, and I enjoy traveling. I met Belkis on my travels, and I became an investor in his newest venture.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I heard traveling. I like traveling and long walks on the beach.
And he's single, ladies.
Yes.
Oh my god. This Kalashtar.
This
All
Kalashtar.
yours.
For $9.95.
You can guess how much a tropical
you're staying
vacation
there.
to Puerto Vallarta is.
Clearly, they do not know much about Kalashtar because they are never single, having a spirit tied to their essence.
Wow.
Fair.
There's only 2 of them. Would you like a third?
And the sex jokes have already begun, people. Thank you for joining us.
Leave it to Brittany.
That's fair.
We all have our talents.
I, as the DM, will be playing, obviously, all the NPCs. But more particularly are Mr. Body, if you will, for the evening, Belkis Farland, who is a very exacting businessman. One who made his way and name through building ships, through taking maybe a questionable business route, but paid off in the end, and has now continued his business trying to expand. I will also be playing our captain, our half-elk, half-elf.
Yes.
Bit of a Freudian slip there, Shane. What are you thinking about?
A relation of yours, perhaps?
Definitely not thinking about the moose in the room. The half-orc
Totally normal human.
fighter.
Responsible member of society.
He is the captain of the Wind's Pleasure, which is the ship that this whole adventure will be taking place on. This is one of the Eberron's flying vessels, that soars through the air. He's been with Belkis for a long time, one of the first captains that was taken on with him, and has followed him throughout, and now pilots his private vessel. He's a very, very strong man. He runs a tight ship, put it that way. So, with
There are
that,
beatings.
Is he physically strong?
Until morale
He's
improves,
half-orc,
the
so-
floggings will continue.
basically.
Get happy, dang it!
Why aren't you a happy individual? So, alright, well, I don't think we have anything else to discuss. Again, just a reminder, we appreciate you guys joining up. We love having you guys hang out. I will be keeping an eye on the chat. Thank you for who you commented already. We love it. They said we look great. So,
Ooh, thank you. I know you're just talking about me.
Ooh.
And there we are, ladies
Oh.
and gentlemen.
Of course they are.
I think we know who the murderer is.
Game over. But I
Okay,
didn't do it.
Toss
I didn't
table.
do it.
well, I'll be keeping an eye on the chat, but we probably won't be commenting much. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. If you have a guess, definitely post it. It'll be great for us to go back early and see who talked about what, because we have a timestamp. So I would love to be able to do that. So
Who done it?
I'm going
Who
to
was the first to know?
hide that so you guys can't read the chat.
Joke's on you! I'm nearsighted and can't read it anyway.
I can see that there's words, but from this distance, and that it's red, I couldn't read it.
Just making sure. So anyway,
A likely story.
thank you guys for joining us. With that, I do believe we
We'll
can
jump in.
get started. So, oops,
It's not me.
I know.
It was probably a shame.
It was my phone. Every time I do something on my computer, my phone wants to sync up. So, our adventure takes place in Eberron, a world of magic, war, and technology. We find ourselves over the Thunder Sea between Zendrick and Corvair. Our group of players are on the Wind's Pleasure, the very large and well-maintained private vessel of Belkus Farlin. Shipbuilder extraordinaire, a businessman aplenty, one of the richest men in Shah, the city of towers. You find yourself over the Thunder Sea. You've made your way, you've all been together on this ship for nigh over a month, close to 2 months now, for most of you. You're making your way back to Corvair after exploring a business venture in Zendrick, harvesting dead dinosaurs for their parts to use in potions, alchemy, and the like. Their bones quite sturdy, and their different parts quite useful.
Sorry. All I can think of is Jurassic Park.
Dun 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 dun.
That's fair. So, you guys all find yourself on this vessel. You've been together for the past, like I said, a little over a month, and you're now making your way back home after a kind of a rough trip. The business venture did not go quite to the Belkus's standards, and his deal was not great. Although he is investing, he is not quite happy the way it went. You find yourself, it is a quiet evening. You are having a kind of a dinner party up in the ballroom on the main deck of the ship. There is a reinforced glass kind of dome above you, so you can see the stars up ahead and the wisps of clouds making their way. You hear the creaking of the flying vessel as it makes its way, and the rush of wind from outside the doors. You are all seated at a table, enjoying your dinner, the dessert, as you guys prepare to get up slowly and start talking amongst yourselves. As you guys are only about 3 days away from, or about a day away from the continent of Corvair, and a few more than that to Shan, with the speed of the vessel. You're still over the water, and that's where we find ourselves, in the nice dining room, the ballroom of the Wind's Pleasure. So, you guys are all finishing up your dinner, your dessert. You all have had a quiet dinner, quite delicious. Belkus's cooks are well known. They do a wonderful job. You guys are all finishing up your desserts, and you go to stand, and the band starts playing, and there's music to be had. Belkus stands up amongst you and says, "Oh, another night's wonderful dinner," and he thanks the chef. Says, "Oh, it's been good to be home." He kind of makes his way over and sits down in a chair. Kind of starts listening to the music, swirling his wine glass, and watching you all from a distance and thinking to himself. What would you all like to do?
So people are dancing, correct?
There is, so the crew isn't completely made up of people who are running the ship. There is a number of kind of servants, and they have been invited on this evening, the ones who are not working, to kind of dance. So there is kind of like a bustle. There's some people around who are dancing, talking. Some of the crew members that are not currently on watch, they're kind of enjoying themselves as well. They're very kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Classy. In this evening, as they're used to dealing with Mr. Farlin, and by doing so, they have quite often find themselves invited to these dinner parties, so they're not left out. So there is music and things going on. If I can find good music for that, I shall. Here we go. I think that would be good. And yeah,
Lady Genevieve would like to pick out Antonio and dance with him.
you make a perception check for me.
Oh lord. It starts.
It starts.
That's
Oh!
First roll of the night.
So as you stand up from your dinner, you turn right around and Antonio comes and sweeps you up into his arms and you go to dance.
Yeah.
You will see as Genevieve raises from the table and goes to join into the mob that is dancing. With the band you have seen her with a few times. That is not her husband.
Roguishly handsome.
Does he play guitar too?
Yes.
Yeah, there it is.
But struck her interest in the first place.
Oh god.
After a look to Mr. Farland, Nyx will also leave the table and find someone to dance with.
Okay.
Ooh.
So you work your way around. You eventually find one of the nicer looking sailors, and he happily takes you to dance. And as he kind of pulls you a little closer, he kind of like bumps his head on the antlers a little bit. Then he kind of backs up a little bit and is a little bit more careful from
Is
now
his name Palo?
No,
on.
we're not bringing Paolo into this.
Thanks for the compliment. We had somebody else say we look very nice.
Oh.
So, all right. So the two of you see as Nyx then gets up and goes to dance.
The antlers make it, I'm telling you.
What antlers?
Oh. Don't be that guy.
So,
Want this to be young Frankenstein.
Wanting to be a welcoming presence, I'm going to approach the newest member of our group. Yeah, what is your name again? Sorry.
Seiya.
Seiya.
Yeah.
And I'm going to request a dance from Seiya. So,
Okay.
would you care to dance?
Seeing that he is very rich, I will agree.
All right.
Ooh.
Excellent.
I'll start dancing. Fair. What would you like to do?
Seeing that most of my fellow shipmates are dancing, I'll probably wander out onto the dance floor, just kind of flowing, dancing, interpretive dancing.
All by herself.
All by myself. Just
What could be more ergonomic?
Can I get-
like,
Can I get everybody to roll me a performance check?
Oh damn.
what?
And then those of you who are dancing together, you can give the other person advantage if you'd like.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Should I even roll?
I mean, you can give him advantage and then this gets another nat 20. You know, you get your nat 20.
I got a 9. We're gonna go with this 20.
8.
8,
No,
20.
Well, actually,
Hold
he said
on.
performance, but I don't. Where the fluff do I?
I'm just gonna close it down.
Yeah, so it was 10, a whopping 10. Ooh,
13.
13.
we're
All
gonna
right.
go with this
So
20.
So-
kind of respectable.
So most of you guys do a good job. You go out. In particularly Ariel and Harashana. I could try to pronounce that correctly. Harashana.
It's fine. He has to read.
Him working with Seja. You guys go out and
Seiya.
he makes you work into a
Super Saiyan.
he kind of whooshs you around, and just by his lead, you're able to kind of dance beautifully, and you two kind of like
He's just such a
gather a
forceful
small
dancer.
circle. In also
Swept
in
along.
contrast, Ariel goes out and she starts flowing, and she pulls like her robes and her colors that she carries with her as part of a mysticism start flowing around her. You can kind of see almost sparks and things kind of flying
Dancing
around her.
lights around me.
Yes, dancing lights kind of flowing in and around her, almost ethereal in its beauty and mystery at the same time. You notice that also that Nyx and Genevieve, they go out and they're not bad.
Not
Not
bad. They're okay.
Genevieve is keeping it decent on the dance floor.
Not just freaking just like
Maybe that's why it's only a 13, guys. Is because she wants to do other stuff.
But we gotta
Dance
keep
floor.
it PG-13. Can't go any higher.
Dancing is one of many skills I was taught by my private tutors when I was young. That's why
Dancing isn't a
Do
skill
so
that
well.
needs to be taught.
Beg to differ.
Just feel the music.
we're not all made of air, unfortunately.
And how sad for most of us.
Wait, are people talking?
Only some people.
So while we're dancing, I'd like to strike up a conversation. I would like to ask you, what is it that brings you to the ship?
A job.
Huh. Are you working with Belkis then?
Yes, actually. I am... I forgot what I was saying. I am an expert in antiquities, so he sent me ahead to make sure that the items he is procuring are
Consider
worth
dice
what
and
they're
touching it.
said to be worth.
I see. Do you have experience with dinosaurs?
Not as much as other rarities, but I've come across them before.
Good. I'm one of Belkis's investors. I would hope that he is choosing his staff wisely.
Very wisely.
We'll keep dancing.
Alright, you guys keep dancing.
I can't even hear what you're humming.
She's humming along with the music.
Oh.
So, Belkis eventually kind of makes his way over to, kind of eventually locks eyes with you, Nyx, and kind of calls you over to him, to his side.
Yes.
Ah, yes, Nyx. I want to thank you so much for coming along on this journey. I know it's not part of your normal duties,
That's quite alright.
but I think I will have need of your assistance soon.
Oh.
Yes, I have realized on this journey that things may need to be taken care of in order to ensure the wellness of my house. So, once we make our way back to land, things are a little simpler. I would like for you to just to make sure you stay close and are prepared, so I will have a job for you.
Of course. I'm at your disposal.
As always, and much appreciated. It's good to have you, and it's nice spending time with you.
Thank you.
And he kind of goes back to kind of contemplating and sipping his wine.
I'm going to peel myself away from Antonio, and I'm going to go over to
Ariel.
Area. Oh, darling. I remember that you do those fortune-telling things. Would you mind doing one for me?
Oh, sure.
There's something I'm worried about or contemplating, and I wonder if it might be a good idea or not. So I thought I could talk to you, and maybe your cards or magic would help me figure it out.
There are answers everywhere for those who choose to seek them out. What would you like to know?
Whether I should, well, go about with my plans or not.
Oh, all right. Please choose a card, and you shall have your answer.
Oh, all right. I do know what that is.
Spirits have favored you.
Ooh,
All will be well if you trust your gut.
all right. So no greasy food or fatty food. All right, I'll listen. Thank you.
Yes.
There you go.
Oh. Thank you.
Antonio!
He quickly makes his way over and says, "Yes, darling.
I just wondered where you were, darling.
At your side, at your beck and call, as always." Then he goes and he gives your hand a overly long smooch. You notice out of the corner of the eye, Belkis kind of glaring at you.
I should go see my husband, darling.
I see, as you make your way over to him, he kind of looks up at you and says, "I see," or doesn't really look at you. He's kind of still swirling his wine thinking. He says, "I see you're dancing with him again."
Is there anything wrong with that? I mean, it's always good to know our crew, darling.
On the surface, no. But still, I am your husband.
I'm sorry, darling, of course. Can I get you anything, darling?
More wine would be wonderful, thank you.
Of course, darling.
You make your way over and quickly find a servant who's kind of like has wine. You make your way, you're able to grab some and bring it back. You know his favorite type. He drinks the same kind. It's pretty much almost the only thing they serve. So, you grab it and you bring it back, and he takes it gladly and doesn't speak to you further.
She just stands there for a while.
That was me.
Is something about to die?
Da da da!
Does this mean a nat 20 is in my future?
Oh, man!
I mean, I haven't seen that the camera's died yet, and last time I checked it was fine, so.
If the camera dies, I'm gonna get a nat 20.
That's how it always happens.
Or
Yeah.
me.
That's true, you did steal my nat 20 last time.
Sorry.
You guys always roll them for pointless rolls too.
It's true.
Yes,
Feels-
we got nat 20s to show we could dance. so.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call that pointless.
Not pointless, no.
I found Antonio immediately.
I found Antonio immediately. That's worth it. Worth the nat 20.
You guys see the ever kind of calculating ship's captain kind of off to the corner, kind of in his dress uniform, enjoying his drink. As well, just pointing that out for those of you who would see him. Also, a random kind of like one of the servant women makes their way over to you, Ariel. Just you're the mystic I've heard about, correct? The mystic on the ship.
That would be me.
I would love to have some advice from you. It's about this man I'm interested in. He's kind of tall and handsome, and I'll be seeing him again once we get back to port. Should I approach him for interest?
Well, let's see what the cards have to say.
Somebody pull a card on my... Yeah, there you go. That's fine.
That looks good.
No, that's
Looking
fine.
good.
What is it?
You're too trusting, darling. Be wary of those around you who may have bad intentions.
You kind of glance over at this random servant and just like glances back really quickly. It's almost imperceptible.
Keep your guard up and well wishes.
Thank you.
Keep your
Thank you. And she kind of bustles off.
Lord.
Is Genevieve still with Belkis, or has she left?
Kettle?
She's now left Belkis.
Alright,
She's back dancing with her men.
alright. So I'm going to thank you for the dance. And I'm going to head over to Belkis.
To Belkis?
Yes.
Okay. You do. He
Um,
says, Harishina, how fare thee this evening?
I'm well, Belkis. Yourself?
Ready to be back at port.
Of course. I'm excited for our venture to continue.
As am I, although it seems it has not gone as well as I had hoped. But hopefully it shall bring much wealth.
Yes,
To not only myself.
that is unfortunate. I'm hoping for fairer winds ahead.
As am I, It seems as if this venture might bring wealth, although it'll be a while before we can negotiate something to make it truly worth our while.
Yes, that is unfortunate, but sometimes we need to have patience.
I see. I understand, and I agree. Now, see you dancing with that Seiya. What are your thoughts on our explorer extraordinaire?
Well, she says that she is familiar with what we are marketing, so to speak, and she seems knowledgeable. I think she will work out well.
I'm glad one of us thinks so.
Ah, you have doubts.
I do. The deal does not go as I was planned. I fear that I hired the wrong person, but we shall see.
Well, I hope that you are wrong, Belkis. Perhaps you must think on this some more.
That I will, but I fear I have already made up my mind.
I see.
It can only take so much failure.
Well, she'll hear nothing of it from me.
It is always appreciated.
I'll bid thee well for now.
Yes, that sounds good. He kind of continues to this is thinking. That pause was me thinking about something outside of character. So, it was not for dramatic effect. I was reading up my notes and I was trying to remember something, so.
He distracted himself.
I'll go back to the table where we started and have
Okay.
a seat.
There's still kind of food and there's things to pick at. And
Yep.
things if you'd like. Alright. The night talk continue.
Can I
there's-
approach Nyx?
You want to approach Belkis?
No, Nyx.
Oh, Nick too, go ahead.
Yes. I'm very curious about your line of work.
Oh,
Yes, I wonder how someone can maintain such a high social standing with your particular career choice.
well, that's quite simple. Mr. Farland keeps me on retainer.
So having a specific donor keeps you more highly respected? Or out of jail?
Why would I be in jail?
Fair. Fair. But having a particular donor instead of numerous clients, does that keep you in higher standing in your line of work?
I'm afraid I don't quite understand. All of my assignments are given to me by the guild. This current assignment of being on retainer to Mr. Farland was
Oh.
also
Originally
done through the
from
guild.
the guild. Understand. Thank you. Small dog.
I was gonna say, do you stay there? You gonna walk away? Or?
I'll thank her for the conversation and go back to my seat.
All right.
Are you seeing Paco's the Weasel?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fair.
At
That'd
first
be
I thought you
really
were doing
great,
Three
though.
Blind Mice, and then I was like, no, it sounds like Paco's the Weasel.
So, you guys are all enjoying your evening. Let me ask you this: who has a passive perception of over 14?
You had to ask.
I knew nobody knew that off the top of their head, so
Passive
Me.
perception?
I'll
Me.
see you around.
Wait, mine's 14.
that's fair.
Okay.
Counts.
Mine's 16.
Okay, counts. Okay.
Not I.
We got 2.
Nope.
Okay.
Definitely not.
So the two of you
Uh-huh.
11.
notice that the wind is picking up a little bit, and as you look up above, you don't see as many stars as you once could. Albeit, it's hard to see the clouds out here at sea, or hard to see clouds in general at sea. So, just as a note. So, you guys continue through your evening. A lively night is had. There's people about, mingling, dancing. You all have your opportunities to dance with those you wish. Are any more conversations or things you would like to do happen before I move on to the next part? Right. So, that at one point Belkis will have stood up and he's look at the whole room. The music will stop quietly. Women will stop giggling.
No, that
Belkis
was
is speaking.
intriguing.
No
But the
women
men
shall
will
giggle.
continue giggling.
No women shall
Fair.
giggle.
Until you.
Uncomfortable.
So the music does eventually stop, and Belkis kind of looks at you all individually and around the room. He says, "I would like to thank you all for joining me on this voyage. I know that most of you do work for me, but some of you here are here by choice, and for that I would thank you for such things. For those that you work for me, I would like to say I appreciate all of your hard work and all that you do, those who have not failed me. Says this, we shall be back at port soon. This evening was meant to be one of thanks for your assistance on this new business venture. I look forward to keeping you all employed to me, and I hope some of you will make up your failures as we continue, and continue to follow me exclusively in the future. I look forward to many more business ventures and many more things to happen with the groups of you. Thank you." He sits back down in his chair for a little bit. There's a small clap. Cake is brought out.
Good job, John.
Yes. Thank you. Cake is brought out. Everybody gets to enjoy some more dessert.
Desserts.
While you guys are enjoying your desserts, the band does eventually kick back up a little bit. But noticeably, so does the wind. Hearing the wind kind of creep its way back up, you start hearing the pitter patter of a little bit
Rain.
more what I wanted at the moment.
Ah!
Give me a second before I
Calm
crank it down. So you guys start hearing the pitter patter of rain on the glass above your heads. The wind is starting to pick up, and you notice that the captain is no longer visible. He's made his way out of the room.
Wow.
The sailors are starting to kind of look around and wonder. They start making their way out eventually. You notice that people are starting to move around a little quickly. As this continues, the rain does... The ship starts shaking ever slightly. It is not quite as smooth a ride as you're familiar, as you're dancing or enjoying your food. Things are shaking a little bit. moves slightly. Eventually, the storm picks up. The wind keeps going. Most of the sailors in the room that you notice are no longer there.
Just continue.
Eventually, the ship kind of shakes violently.
Oh god.
A lot of the pictures and water.
Star
and
Trek
things-
shot. Ah!
All right, are you ready? 1, 2, 3.
Too much.
Too much.
Whistle.
So, the ship rocks violently all of a sudden. The food kind of scatters, drinks go all over the place. The ship's captain eventually makes his way in and he says, I would like to thank you all for your time this evening, but now I must ask any of you who are not crew to make your way back to your cabins. It seems that a hurricane has found its way to us. And the ship kind of like rocks violently again. Nothing the ship cannot handle as we are the finest air in the skies. But we still must
Very
take
encouraging.
precautions. So, as the
Take
kind of
a bit.
a little more water than I wanted, but okay. You guys eventually kind of make your way. You guys start like kind of filtering your way out to the rooms. I would like you all to make dexterity saving throws, please.
Ah, beans.
Oh, beans.
Dice jail.
Oh, it was
Nat
there
20!
for a reason.
Nice.
We are getting a lot of nat 20s today.
Natural one.
We you say?
Everyone except
Wait,
me
what is this
getting
supposed to
nat
be?
20s tonight.
Shane, what is it supposed to be?
Acrobatic or dexterity saving throw.
Okay, 13.
So, yeah.
13.
And my dexterity
12.
would have been
12.
+3 anyway.
Natural 20.
Yes.
Natural 1.
7.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
So-
Wow. Yep.
Just wow.
It's in dice jail now.
Hope you're happy.
So, you two,
Mm-hmm.
Which two?
Those two.
Ariel and Nyx. I had to remember both your names.
Yep.
Um,
I'll get there.
as you guys are kind of like standing there, like getting ready to start.
I've been thinking about that.
The magical
Sorry.
Christmas.
I've got a whole drawer full of belts and my little craft bells
Sorry.
in my little craft
Sorry.
cabinet.
Totally
Yeah.
part of the game.
Just don't make them green; they won't show up on the screen. So as the ship starts to then rocks violently all of a sudden, Nyx and Ariel, you kind of like stumble a little bit, fall to the ground, eventually kind of picking yourself back up. You start making your way.
So much grace.
You guys start making your way down towards the stairs that lead down to the cabins area. As you do, the ship rocks violently again. You all kind of stumble off to the side.
This is the most
We all look
action
like
in
Captain Jack Sparrow.
On that one, it's kind of so violently. You all kind of rock and fall a little bit.
He's like, let's go. And now.
Saya, you find yourself right next to Mr. Farland, and you end up knocking him over as you fall. And as you guys get back up, he looks at you,
Just tackle
and
everybody.
he is just like, he is not happy.
Apologies.
You guys
Oh,
make your way.
darling, are you alright?
Yes, unfortunately,
Unfortunately,
I am fine, fortunately, opposed to the klutz of fools. And you guys make your way downstairs into your cabins.
Because I'm to blame for the weather.
Someone else who's failed it, apparently.
So, you guys all make your way down to your cabins. And it is a loud evening with the storm being had. People rushing about. There's more sounds from up on the deck as opposed to like through the hallways down below you. You know that the ship is made up in like 3 decks. There's the main deck. There is 4 decks. There's the main deck. There's the navigation deck where they have the ship's wheel and stuff. There is the passenger cabins. There's the crew cabins that are also combined with storage. And then the ballroom is on the main deck. It's kind of its own separate base on the middle of the ship's deck. You guys make your way down to the first deck, the passenger cabins. I'll find your way into your rooms and weather the storm. Things are shifting around a little bit. Most of your stuff, thankfully, is strapped down for protocol, but it is a loud evening. With that, that's where I'm going to move on to the next day, unless there's anything particular anybody would like to do.
The evening happens.
Okay. So it is loud evening.
Fade to black.
You guys,
Shooting hard. Sorry.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
you guys eventually, those of you who can, eventually get sleep, and you then wake up to a bright and sunny day.
A what? It's a little Reagan.
Sorry. Very distracted.
It's okay. It's fine. Distractions are bound to happen. I plan for that.
Shiny.
Squirrel. Moose.
Literally.
So you guys,
Moose and squirrel.
those of you,
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Shane said it. Just said
it's fair. So those of you who are able, you all find your way to sleep. You eventually do then wake up on another bright day as the storm has been settled. The crew is tired. The captain is most likely asleep. You guys all kind of like slowly make your way up. Breakfast is being made. And you guys kind of make your way to breakfast. Servants are raggedly but able to make food. They bring you, it's not the best breakfast you've ever had, but it is something. You notice though that Mr. Belkus is not at the table, and that's very strange. He is always the first one there. All of a sudden, you all hear a blood-curdling scream come from below the deck. What do you do?
I think I heard a scream.
Probably.
go investigate, I would
Yes.
think. Yes.
Oh, also, Genevieve is wearing this, like, ruby necklace, like, ridiculous sort of ruby necklace.
So you all notice on Genevieve, she's got this ruby necklace with this big-ass ruby set right in the middle. So, that's something you haven't seen her wear before.
It's not something we haven't seen her wear before.
Well, let me do this. Roll me history checks, please.
Nat
What?
20.
God dang!
Natural 20.
Yep.
Yep.
19.
Hold on.
19.
Anything that's got to do
This
with my
dice
body,
is
I will
not
get
going
a
to the
1.
dice scale.
13.
13. Okay.
I got a 12.
12. Anybody who rolled above 16, you have not seen her wear. Doesn't mean, you know, anything in particular she haven't seen her wear.
Mhm.
She wears a lot of different types of jewelry.
Yep.
She's fancy.
So,
The lady.
No.
Whiskey.
Stop.
Oh, why should the spirit immortal be proud?
You gotta roll your eyes after though. You gotta.
Oh, I did.
Most of the people did not like that or didn't see it. They're like,
That's my favorite part.
okay.
Walk
So,
man.
you guys all make your way, start making your way downstairs. In whatever, who wants to be the first one, head down. Actually, yeah, let me do that. Let me get a order.
oh god.
Alright.
No,
Oh, I was like,
who
are we
wants
rolling for initiative?
who would be the first one to start making their way downstairs?
We're like
well,
so ready.
I think Genevieve might because
Okay.
like her husband's not there. There was a scream.
Yep.
I'll follow.
Me too.
Okay,
Also, the lady of the ship.
that's fair.
I'll take up the last position, I
Yeah,
suppose.
I would assume I'm behind whoever was behind the lady.
Okay.
Gonna go with that assumption. Wherever the hole is, I will fill it.
So you make your way downstairs.
Phrasing.
What was worse, the phrase or the face?
Hey, at least I didn't make my
Both.
Nope.
pointing my finger at
You
comment.
just did.
You just.
You guys don't know what I'm talking about, but the stream don't. So you guys all kind of make your way downstairs. Genevieve taking the lead. You find this servant kind of like sitting on the ground, hand to her breast, breathing very heavily as she's looking into Mr. Belkus's room. You all make your way in, and you go in, or Genevieve following Genevieve, and you find.
I'm gonna block somebody's view with my antlers and just.
You all make your way into the room, and you find yourself looking at Mr. Body, looking very
Belkus.
Mr. Belkus. I shouldn't have made them both B words.
You definitely planned this out, basing it on Clue.
Oh, yes, clearly.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, to an extent.
He is my husband.
He is my husband.
You see him pale,
Think of that.
eyes open, unblinking, dead.
Oh,
Laying
darn.
down in bed. You all make your way in. The servant is simple servant. You hear people rushing up behind you as they go to look in the room and see Belkis's body there.
Just gonna
And then-
pay me now.
That's fair.
I want to
knew
go up
I
and
was
check him to
firing
make
this
sure
for a
that
reason.
he's not like unconscious or
You owe
in
me
some
money.
kind of state.
Roll me a medicine check, please.
You owe me money.
12.
12. You kind of do what you as an assassin.
Mhm.
You're familiar with corpses.
Mhm.
He is a corpse.
This is.
This is a corpse.
So I know a corpse when I see one, and this is okay.
So he's real dead.
He is dead.
Ariel is
As coroner.
You fainted. Okay.
Are there any visible signs of trauma? Like,
Um,
like vastly apparent signs?
make a medicine check, please.
18.
18. With an 18, you do not see any visible signs of trauma. You kind of check around his neck. You kind of look for like what you would think to be bruising or
Mhm.
slashes to skin. You look around, like you kind of like rip open his shirt and kind of take a peek, and there is no trauma.
Okay. It seems that he did not die a bloody death.
All of a sudden, you guys hear some lumbering steps come in behind you, as you hear name I can't remember. Dozar, the ship's captain. As he makes his way into the room, he goes, "Is he?" And he looks to the rest of you.
Dead? Yes.
Very much so.
He kind of like then looks up and he kind of looks around the room. He looks at the servants, looks at all of you guys. Says, "Who found it?" You see this timid woman kind of like peek up behind and says, "I did, sir. I found him dead in his bed as I went to check on him. He wasn't at breakfast. That's so strange of him." "Yes, I see. What about you all? When did you arrive?"
Well, we came after we heard the scream.
All together.
"I see. This is not good. This is not good indeed. Does anybody have any idea of what might have happened?"
Well,
You, Genevieve, you're normally here with him, aren't you?
Well, yes.
So where were you?
What happened?
I didn't do it. I can't tell you where I was, but I didn't do it.
do what?
Whatever happened to him? It obviously isn't normal.
Someone killed him.
I think somebody probably did. Why?
if it was murder, it's something less obvious. There are no stab marks. There are no wounds.
You
He
turn to
doesn't
medicine.
just
I did
lie
a quick
in bed with his
investigation of the
eyes
body.
open.
I understand.
Perhaps poison? I want to go check him for any of the poisons that I would know about. Any obvious signs to me.
So, roll me. Let's make it medicine or history. Your pick.
Going with medicine.
Yeah.
You win, not you. We're going with you. Do not fail me.
Oh, the mini dice does not
Hold
like
on.
you.
Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. She needs
Yes.
luck.
Bring her back. Bring her to me.
She needs luck.
Meredith, your arm! Where'd it go? No, I'm just kidding.
She needs
Yo, Pip, help a lady out.
So what you roll?
A 4, so
A 4.
it's an 8.
You don't notice any
She is
signs
a luck charm.
She is.
you don't notice any signs of immediate poison that you can tell. You
Don't
are
make
familiar
her.
with some poisons,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't. This might not be one you recognize. So,
Sorry.
so this is Dozar speaks up and he says, "This is quite irregular. This is not good." What does it mean? This is. He kind of looks up at all of you and he says, "You all."
Excuse me.
He kind of like starts, kind of eyes get all squinty, he's looking around. It also kind of includes the servant in this kind of gaze, but he's looking at you all in particular. You all had problems with Belkis, didn't you?
What do you mean?
I'm one of his closest confidants. And don't think I'm blind. I've noticed the way that some of you have looked at him, thought about it. If you don't dislike him, there is those of you who have something to gain. In particular, yes, this could have been a servant, or it could have been a sailor. But why? He is a paycheck. You all, though. He's not just a paycheck. Not necessarily. Very interested. No one shall leave this room for the moment. And he kind of calls up some of the sailors that were with him.
Just get to chilling with the dead body. Great.
The servant and also kind of like is called in as well.
Just like every night.
Please tell me we all heard that.
He's like a dead body just about every night. Dead to the world.
Doza looks up at you and is not pleased by that comment.
Oh boy.
Well, darling, he was very much dead to the world. He never paid attention to me the way I needed it.
I did sense this darkness around him recently, but I didn't foresee this. This is... Sorry.
It's okay. Do you want to sit on the bed too? Might help. Being close to the dead is alright.
So you
Wow.
body kind of like sinks to the bed a little bit.
Whack-a-doodle.
So you guys all find yourself in this room. Quickly, you see that that the ship's captain, he goes out and gives some orders to his men. Those of which he can trust. He immediately posts 2 in front of the life vessels to make sure they're there, and if they are there, to stay there. And puts a couple at the door, and a few to search the ship for anybody strange.
Genevieve immediately starts cleaning up her things on her side of the room.
What way of cleaning up?
Does
Are
Desire
we-
come
do
back
we
into the room?
see
Yes,
this?
he stays in the room. He calls people to him.
Like, she's tidying up, like, oh, people are
Is
in my room.
he
I need
available to
tidy.
talk to you at the moment?
He has just sent away a servant, yes. Or a
So
sailor.
I'm going to go up to him and I'm going to say, sorry to bother you, Captain, but I'm hoping that maybe we could at least remove the body if the rest of us are to remain in here.
Okay. I don't believe we should disturb the crime scene, if you will, so let us all retire to the ballroom upstairs then.
That might be a better choice, yes.
So he calls in some sailors and they all escort you guys all up to the ballroom.
Sounds great.
So you guys all make your way up to the ballroom. He kind of puts seats and he assigns sailors to each of the doors. He then heads off for a little bit and then returns. You guys have the room basically to yourselves for a few minutes while he's gone. If anybody wants to say or do anything.
Well, as much as I am glad that we are out of the room downstairs, there may have been something to gain by being in the presence of the energy left behind by Mr. Belkis.
Do you think that you could call upon him to tell us what happened?
Well, I don't think it works quite that way, but I could put it out into the universe, and perhaps the cards will tell us something. I will hand each of you a card. Please, do not look at it
Well, but that's all the fun.
until the time is right.
When is the time right?
I will say when the time is right.
Does it matter which way it's facing?
Yes.
Right.
That is sideways.
Yes.
Alright.
I think she's saying you need to turn it.
All right.
Please, Nix.
Yes. Like so?
Yes.
What is that?
The Ace of Cups.
Mm-hmm. What does it
Representing a loss of innocence in
Oh.
your past.
Oh.
Does that connect with you in any way, considering Mr. Belkers?
No. Oh, no.
Genevieve,
No, not in that way.
like, what?
Alright.
I don't know that one would presume to call an assassin innocent, however.
The lovers. Torn lovers. Do you have anything to say on that?
That's your card.
Yes, dear, it is your
These
card.
cards could be telling us any number of things. I simply pull them out from the deck. I simply channel them. It's us who bring meaning to them.
Oh, so her card could mean something else for somebody else. Is that what you're saying?
Have you lost any innocence lately?
But consider.
Not that I'm aware of.
I see a little gnome.
Alright, well, why don't you flip your.
I lost my innocence last night.
All right.
Shame!
Sorry.
Only last night, you say?
How long have you been married,
Years
Shane?
married.
This is a, interesting.
You're very patient there.
This is a card of indecisiveness. Have you made any big plans or decisions recently?
Between two men.
Perhaps, darling. And, well, I did tell you that in confidence the other night for the reading, remember?
Oh, right, you did.
Yes, darling.
Right.
What reading?
Oh, I asked her to give me a reading. Because I couldn't decide on what I wanted to do. Make sure that it was the right choice.
So you have made a decision lately.
Well, yes. I kind of had to make a decision.
Does it have anything to do with your husband's death?
No, darling. I didn't do it.
Oh, taste. Yes, this represents a rebirth, maybe in a creative sense or a job opportunity.
She was recently hired by Belkis.
It's true.
Darling.
I've only recently been in his employ.
Yes, do you remember that?
It's opened many doors so far as merchants and travelers who will speak to me.
How wonderful. And last but not least,
Well, that does appear telling.
It was not I. Perhaps it signals that one of you were in fact the murderer.
No, darling. We've already decided that she can't do that.
Though, as I see it straight, it would be upside down for you.
And it is pointing at somebody else.
Well, death is her profession.
But that's
Is
too
that a
much
threat,
round,
or
darling.
is that creative licensing?
Because we
Harlotrix.
can't do that here. She's already told us that.
these cards.
Was I meant not to have touched it?
No, that's fine.
Alright.
They're just cards.
What does it mean in its inverted form?
These cards all relate in some way to Mr. Belkris.
Is it his lost innocence then?
Perhaps.
Clearly, he is dead.
And many
Would it be the
things would work.
tale of
I may be getting something from him.
Oh? What?
You. You're unhappy. He wants to know why you are unhappy. Why do you speak his name with disdain?
I would not call it disdain, necessarily. Yes, I was unhappy with Belkis.
bad investment?
You might say that.
Hmm.
Let's just say that Belkis convinced me to invest more than I originally intended to.
Through honorable means or deception?
He had ways.
The means are not important. I was unhappy with him for this, but investing in his business meant that I could also potentially earn more money. So really, there is no reason that I would want to kill him before his business venture was successful.
Except that I remember hearing that it wasn't very successful this time.
Ah, yes, but if I didn't allow it to become successful, then I would only stand to lose money and not to gain.
And darling, wasn't it something to do with you? That it didn't go quite right.
What Mr. Belkis.
Vilkas.
Ah! What Mr. Farland was interested in, I don't think he was willing to put forward as much money as he needed.
Are you saying you were unhappy with your pay?
Not only mine, but others involved. It sounds like what he was looking into was more expensive on the market than what he assumed.
Do you really know, however? He did mention to me last night, in fact, that you were one of the failures of which he mentioned.
I'm a failure because his antiquities are going to cost him more than he necessarily assumed.
Perhaps you don't know as much about antiquities as he thought.
Boulder Dash.
Well, aren't the cards telling? I certainly think so.
They're very colorful.
Oh, God.
Alright, it's at this point that that Dozar makes his way in. He looks around the room and he says, "We'll be checking the space. All those crew who I cannot trust have now been placed under watch. But you five in particular interest me. So I think I will be handling the investigation with you all personally. I would like to start questioning you all privately. So, if you would all please, we'll keep you here for the moment, and I will pull you off one by one to ask you some questions about what happened last evening and some things that I was privy to that maybe not all of you were, not your average crew member were, as Belkis tended to confide in me when he had problems, knowing him for the 20 long years I have. So, we'll start with you, Genevieve. If you would come with me.
Why, of course, darling.
Did you say why?
No, I said of course,
Yes, this way.
darling.
So you guys see as he leads Genevieve out of the room, and they make their way up to one of the up to the captain's cabin. With that,
Can I make the comment before we...
sure, go ahead.
Who thinks she's sleeping with him to get herself out of whatever this is?
I fully agree. Attempt will be made.
Yes. Perfect.
She's clearly not faithful.
The dress solely
Literally.
unzips out of nowhere.
She uses like
Inverted lover?
Oh.
she uses the mage hand to freaking just look. Anyway, with that, now that the investigation is in full swing, questions are had, things are being discussed. We are going to take a break.
Woo!
It is 7:40. Not quite the hour and a half I was planning on, but I feel like we covered some good ground. I personally have to use the restroom.
Yep,
So-
there it is.
Thank you guys so much for watching so far. We're glad to have you here. Those who are commenting in the chat, those of you who I'm familiar with, those who are not, I'm glad to have you guys here. Great to hear from you guys. Apologize we're not as interactive tonight as normal. But we hope you all are enjoying so far. Those of you who are watching in the future, thank you for watching in the future. I don't know. Maybe we're rich and famous now. Who knows? Probably not. But thank you so much for
Look
watching.
back on
tuning
me when I was young and unknown.
Oh god.
Let's see my glory.
We all
Wearing
know that this
antlers.
dress is gonna get us rich and famous.
Yes, Faye. Obviously.
Just the
So.
dress.
Yes.
With nobody in it, just the
No.
dresses.
Just the dress.
You come back from the break, it's just gonna be the dress draped over the chair.
Floating on.
What happened to her? You don't ask that question.
She's still
Where's
in her.
the DM? Where's Genevieve? Don't
She's
ask.
still in her interrogation. So we will come back here. We're gonna probably take a 15-minute break. So it is 7:40 now. We'll be back here at 7:50. We'll say 15 minutes. What we're planning on.
7:55.
7:55. Thank you. If we're back in 20 minutes, don't be surprised. Depends on how many of us has to use the bathroom and
Depends on
check
how
if
long Genevieve's being interrogated.
So that's fair.
Oh god.
We'll see you guys all back here in 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you so much. Hey everybody, welcome back. We had a good break, and now we are back to see where we left off. So where we left off before the break, our ship's captain had requested for Lady Genevieve to join him in the navigation section to have a private conversation about what happened last night. So we find ourselves there with Dozar and Genevieve alone in a room. Genevieve sits across from him, and he says, "So, Miss Genevieve, we only saw each other a while at least.
Yes, darling.
Well, what happened last night?
What do you mean what happened last night?
Belkis is dead. Your husband is dead. You don't seem to be very bothered, and you, sharing a room with him, have the best ability to cause his death. So what have you to say to yourself?"
I didn't do it, darling. What am I to gain in his death?
No, I would like to say nothing, but I know that is false. You, as his wife, I know, on the will as I've seen, stand to gain quite a substantial sum of money with you guys. And I've also don't think I'm blind. I've seen you with other men around here, and I know, to Belkis' chagrin, you've spent time with those other men, my crew.
One member, darling.
Doesn't
Only
matter.
one.
Where were you last night? If not in the room with Belkis. If you were there, you would have noticed he was dead.
All right, darling, if you must know. I was with Antonio. My lover.
In his room.
Of course, where else would I be, darling? I can't just be with Antonio in our room, now can I?
So you spent the whole night there?
Yes, darling. Quite enjoyable.
I would assume he can vouch for you then.
Yes and no.
What do you mean, and no?
Well, he isn't always the most reliable of men. And he was, for quite a while, running about the ship.
Rald. And you see a man comes in and he kind of gives him Chris Blue. Yes, sir. Fetch me Antonio. Bring him here. Sir. He heads off. We'll see what he has to say. If he can validate your story. But that being said, it doesn't change the fact that I know you have much to gain with Belkis' death. You could have poisoned him. You could have done a number of things to ensure he was dead and be away from the scene. Oh, so... I don't know the word I'm thinking of. Not suspiciously.
Why would I kill him, though?
Because you have the most to gain by his death.
Money, yes. Maybe a place for me to stay, yes. But I didn't do it.
At that point, you hear a knocking at the door. Come in! Antonio walks in and he says, "Sir,
Antonio.
can you validate this woman's story? Did she spend the evening in your quarters?" His eyes get really wide at that. And he's just like, and he looks to you.
It's alright, Antonio. He knows about her affair.
Kind of, looks kind of crestfallen and turns back to you and he says, "Yes, sir. She did spend the evening in my quarters." I see. So this morning? Yes, sir. I left her heading up to breakfast. I see. Still have my questions about you. That necklace.
Yes.
It's quite large. Did Belkis give that to you recently?
Yes.
Interesting. Much to think about. Alright. Go down and send me...
Is that all you need?
Send me Ariel next, please.
Ariel?
Yes, the crewmen will escort you back to your private quarters. Please go send her up.
But wait, just a moment, darling. Which one is Ariel again? I'm terrible with names.
That would be the fortune teller.
Oh! The relation.
Yes. His
Alright.
distant cousin. Please go retrieve her and send her back.
Of course, darling.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
So for those of you watching, I'm going to go ahead and blink the screen for a minute while she leaves. Hold a second. Okay, never mind. While she leaves, and then I'll pull back when the next player comes up. So we'll just be on the break screen for a few seconds between room changes. Thank you. Thank you all, we're back. Now on to the next interrogation. Miss Ariel,
Captain,
I'd like to know where you were last evening.
me?
Yes.
Why, I was in my room the whole evening after you made the announcement for everyone to go back to their rooms. I headed straight there. Although I did run into a bit of trouble. The boat was a little shaky, but I went there as soon as I could, and I spent the entire night uninterrupted.
I see. That doesn't mean that you couldn't have set something up beforehand. I know as well as you do that Mr. Belkis is not very happy with the business venture you recommended to him.
Well, my cousin, Mr. Belkis, doesn't always understand how this magic eye harness works. See, he wants deliberate answers to everything. It just doesn't always work out that way. See, I can't see the exact future. I'm mostly just get sent in the right direction, and I'm a channel for the magic to express itself. And well, yes, I know he was unhappy with me, but
So unhappy, I know he was planning on letting you go, and I'm fairly certain he made that aware to you.
why, yes, he did. I was hoping that by the end of our journey on the ship that he would have changed his mind, as he did make the decision rather quickly, and I've worked well for him in the past. I don't know why he would change his mind so rapidly.
I see. So, he let you go. And he wasn't changing his mind that you were aware of, neither that I was aware of. So you had motive. They wanted that. Before anybody found out that he would cancel your little business venture. So maybe you could have made away with the money. Is that right?
What money would I have gained?
To expand your business.
I am very renowned. I wanted to expand, yes, but well, I wasn't going to kill him over it. I have plenty of faithful customers, and back in my home city, I would have greatly benefited me to work with Belris and expand, yes, but I still have plenty to fall back on.
Let's see. Quite interesting indeed. You say you were in your cabin all night.
Yes,
And the party beforehand.
yes, I believe I did make quite a scene on the dance floor.
Ah, that's right. I do remember that. Flowing quite fluidly. Magically. assisted, it appeared, but still quite beautiful. Interesting. Alright, be off with you for now. Send up... Let's see. Send up Harashana next. The nobleman who invested in this quarry.
I believe you should know that I have discovered that he, well, had a bit of a disliking for Belarus.
Really? What did he dislike about it?
And I assume it's the business decisions that happened together. I don't really bother myself with all the details of the business side of things, but I assume it has something to do with that.
Did he... So he spoke unfavorably about Belkis. Interesting. Yes, please send him next. My crew will escort you back to the ball.
Understood.
Thank you very much. And with that, thank you for guys for watching. We're going to pause again while we switch out cast. Thank you. Thank you guys for the brief pause. We are back. Now on to Harashina. I do believe... Where were you last evening?
Well, I was in the ballroom, as was everyone else, and, there was a storm, and,
Yes, of that I'm quite aware. Where were you during the storm?
I was about to say that. During the storm, I was in my cabin, of course, as that is what we were told to do by you, Captain, I believe.
Yes, it was. So in your cabin the whole evening.
Yes, sir.
Anybody there to vouch for that?
Well, Captain, naturally, since we were all told to be in our own cabins, and I am myself a single man upon this ship, I was, in fact, the only person in my cabin.
I see. Well, I do believe I understand that you were quite not fond of Mr. Belkis.
There was definitely a lack of fondness, you might say.
Don't think I'm not the only one that noticed that you look at the stain you had while seeing him.
Well, when someone is blackmailing you, I don't suppose that you would necessarily be fond of that person.
Blackmail, I see. What did he have over you?
Well, by nature, I am a gentle soul. I have the spirit of a quarry warrior inside of me as well. Sometimes that spirit takes over. Often in the causes of injustice. I seek to right the wrongs that I see in the world. But, alas, when this spirit takes over, I cannot necessarily control my actions. And in our designs to be partners, Mr. Belkis found that I had done something most regrettable in my past. And he held that over me so that I might invest more money than I had originally anticipated.
I see, and how he found out this information on you and threatened to reveal it if you didn't invest.
I always planned on investing. He just asked for double the amount of which I had initially proposed.
I see. So, him knowing your secret, you had much to gain by his death then. Maybe
Yes.
you could back out of the investment. For less, at least. Or to take all the money for yourself.
Well, I mean, one thing, sir. How would I, in fact, get access to the money? It is in Belkis's name, after all.
But as an investor, you are privy to equal share. Or to a share. And
To
with
a
his
share, yes.
death, you may be privy to more. I believe that was part of the contract.
It may have been, however. Belkis did inform me last night that we were, in fact, not making money. So without giving him the opportunity to make more money on our investment, I would be remiss to think that I would gain money when we are, in fact, losing it.
Yes, but he did bring you to this by shady means. Or not fond means, as he blackmailed you, so therefore with that alone you would want him dead, let alone the fact that he forced you into investing more money on a losing venture. It would make many a man angry, I believe.
If my spirit were not so tied towards the causes of justice, then yes, perhaps I would be more angry than I am.
Who can attest to the justness of the spirit?
Why, anyone in my family line, my ancestry, of course. We are all tied back to the original spirit.
After we make it back to town, I see.
Yes,
Convenient.
but I do not plan on going anywhere, Captain, and if you were to ask me to stay in my cabin, I would be more than willing to do that for you.
Well, I do believe that I have enough for now from you.
I might say one more thing, Captain.
Yes.
I have often noticed the assassin Nyx spending moments with Belkis. Secret meetings, perhaps, where many of them made Mr. Belkis quite happy, it appeared. Though I do not know why. Private meetings where perhaps he betrayed his emotions more than he would have liked had he known that someone was watching.
Let's see. What were these emotions that he portrayed?
Why, he would often smile and steal furtive glances at her.
Interesting. My crew members will escort you back. Please send Nyx next, if you will.
Very well, sir. Thank you.
I don't think I'm not done with you.
Understood.
Thank you all for the quick break. Now for the interrogation of Nyx. Now Nyx, I know you've been in the employ of Mr. Belkis for a while now. Doing many, how should I say, an unsavory deed.
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, most would consider the act of assassination unsavory.
It's a perfectly respectable guild.
I understand, and I am much of a mind that you have your uses, but most would not agree. That being said, I've understood that you and Mr. Belkis kind of had an interesting relationship. And I've brought to my attention that he often smiled or sent you in a furtive, like, a approving glance when looking at you. Why is that?
I do my work very well.
That is the only reason. You weren't perhaps having other relations with him on the side, were you?
I'm not sure I approve of that tone.
Yes, but I see I'm the one doing the questioning here, and we have a man dead. And unfortunately, the only one here with the skills to do that is yourself.
And that obviously can't be true,
No, why can't it be true?
because I didn't kill him.
So where were you last night after the storm hit?
I went back to my cabin.
And you stayed there the whole night?
Yes.
Hmm,
I'm not sure if you noticed, but my sea legs leave much to be desired.
I see. You did trip many a time, that is true. Doesn't mean you couldn't have taken care of it at dinner beforehand.
He wasn't dead at dinner.
Yes, but there's many... I would imagine you would be aware of many a poison that potentially could take a while to take effect. Is there not such a poison?
I'll allow that to be true.
I expected. And if I remember correctly, that you've been an employee of Mr. Belkis for a while, you actually stand to gain a bit of money in the event of his death. According to the will, I am a co-signer of said will.
I see.
As one of his most trusted advisors and long-term friends. Why do you stand to gain money of the will as a simple assassin?
Are you telling me that you don't know?
I would tell you that I do not. Mr. Belkis has never informed me of the true nature of your relationship, although I always thought it strange.
Can you not imagine?
I could imagine a few things, none of them savory.
I see.
So you're not willing to tell me then, are you?
I'm afraid it's none of your business. It has nothing to do with his death.
But yet it has everything to do with his death, for now he is dead. And I must find who committed the crime. Anybody vouch for you where you were that evening?
I didn't share my cabin with anyone. I did fall into the stratosphere.
I see. Does anybody else cut you as strange or suspicious?
I don't know anything about Mr. Harashina.
Yeah.
His manner strikes me as odd,
I see.
though I can't say that I've ever fully understood the very wealthy.
I understand. I
His
suppose
wife, Genevieve, she's obvious, of course.
obvious.
Well, yes, being the unfaithful wife.
Understood. To me, all of you have things to gain here by his death. And so far, I'm not ruling anybody out of my investigation. We'll find the murderer. They will find themselves in prison. Is that understood?
Fully.
Right, send me the last one. I need Seiya, please. The crew members will escort you back downstairs.
Very well.
Thank you all, we're back. And on to the interrogation of Seiya. Now, Miss Seiya, I understand that you are one of the newer members to our group, but have been with us for a short time. You were investigating the potential business venture for Mr. Belkis, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I believe that I understood that he was not very happy with the results of your investigation.
That seems to be apparent.
Yes, that's unfortunate. I know he was unhappy with the amount it seems he was going to be getting from this deal.
Yeah, I think it was a lot less than he was hoping for, and thus a lot less than he was willing to pay me.
I see. So you weren't happy with the amount of payment you received?
No, I'll be frank, no. It wasn't what I was promised, and when I'm given a promise, I expect that someone of Farland's reputation would stand up for it.
Understand. Now, where were you last night during the storm?
I had dinner and came right back down to my quarters.
You were there all evening.
Mm-hmm. Didn't want to risk getting wet, honestly.
Anybody attest to this?
I should say not.
I see. This is the unfortunate part of you all having your own rooms, I see. Now, he's not paying you enough, and you have this business venture almost all set up now for him, and from what I understand, he was unhappy. Now, I do understand that he was thinking about letting you go, and he discussed that with you, I think.
He'd mentioned it, along with the minimal payment that is owed to me.
So you have reason to be unhappy with Mr. Belkis.
Certainly, there's no secret about that. When a contract is made, I expect to be paid. That's logical business.
Understand. So you would have reason to not want him dead, then?
I haven't even gotten my minimum payment yet. Now that he's dead, I don't know if I'll get it at all, especially with his wife being the one in charge of finances, I would assume. It doesn't make logical sense for me to get rid of him until I have my money.
I see, that makes a fair point. But still, not willing to pay, threatening for you to lose your job. Who knows? Maybe the contract would still be upheld, and maybe you'd stand to gain your full fee without him around to change it. I know him, he was a fickle man when it came to money.
I suppose that's a trait of most businessmen.
Yes, they don't gain their wealth by spending it. I did notice you fall many times.
I'm not proud of being a klutz. It doesn't make for good reputation in this business, so I don't tend to advertise that.
I see. I don't know how to read you.
Blame the shifter. Everyone else does.
I see. Alright. I do believe I will join you all back down the cabin, so I'll follow you down.
Certainly.
Then we're gonna go to break real quick while I reassemble the players. See you guys in a second. you guys for taking our pauses while we did our personal interviews. Those of you who are watching, I'm sure, have some ideas now. Who the murderer is. Feel free to post them in chat. Great to hear your ideas. Those of you watching. We're back. We have tea,
For
as
anybody
per
else?
one of our staples. So, more people to enjoy the tea as well.
Pretty staple.
So,
Must take.
so while they're getting tea and getting resituated, you see that Seiya, joined by the ship captain, make their way back into the room. And he says,
Hey, drops.
Dozar. He kind of walks back down with her, and so you kind of rejoin the rest of them. You all hush as he enters the room, whatever conversations you're having stalled for the moment. He says, so, I don't believe I can rule any of you out, although it might not have been one of you. I see now that you did all have something to gain by his death. Unfortunate as it is. So, I do believe more information is needed. So, I think we're all going to make our way back to the cabin and investigate Mr. Bilkus. See if we can discern what happened. So, let's make our way. The crewmates kind of usher you guys down the stairs as you guys make your way back to Belkus's room. So, you guys make your way into his room. His body is still there. It has not moved. The room is as it is, and he says, "No, those of you who have everything to gain by not being the murderer, I would assume you all would be very cooperative in helping us figure out what happened here. So,
You have nothing to fear if you have nothing to hide.
if you would all like to, if anybody has any ideas of things they'd like to do, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to go and examine the body myself and start investigating the room." He kind of makes his way. His crewmen are posted at the door. He cannot leave. He goes and starts kind of looking around the room. What would you guys like to do?
Also gonna look around the room, particularly around the bed. If he's got like a nightstand, I'll
Okay.
rifle through there.
Roll an investigation check, please.
Not with you.
Oh!
Ah!
Oh!
Investigation.
Yeah.
Rolling for shit tonight.
Can you roll for shit any night?
Listen!
Wow.
Here.
Shots fired.
Shots fired.
Ouch,
Here.
Shane.
You can use one of my new dice.
Thanks. Get my goblin hands all over it.
That's fine.
Genevieve puts her gloves back on.
You put your gloves back on seductively somehow.
What's
As I
not-
stare at the
Not
inspector.
fire, low, you stupid machine.
While she's loading her roll, what do the rest of you guys like to do?
I suppose that Genevieve will check his body to see if there's anything strange, especially in his mouth.
Okay. Roll. Are you looking for something strange wrong with his like physically, or like maybe like a bolt, like something weird in his mouth, like as an item?
Check in his mouth and smell if there's anything strange from his mouth.
Investigation check, or sorry, medicine check, please.
So my
Medicine.
investigation
Alright.
check is a 9.
9. You rifle through the drawers. You find as you would expect. There's some papers. There's a small glass. Nothing really out of the ordinary.
What's on the papers?
The papers are just kind of nice
Oh
scribblings.
dear.
One of them, you still find a small
Oh,
book that seems to be a
oh dear.
journal. What was your roll?
Not one.
Natural 1? Okay, I'll
She
continue in a
goes
second.
and starts looking in his mouth, and I faint.
Okay, sure. You go to start like looking in his mouth, and as it opens, you faint. All of a sudden, you're standing right there. You're looking through the drawers.
Oh.
Can I go, like, check on her? Like,
Does she fall into me?
No.
Okay.
can
she
I,
does
like,
not.
check to make sure she's okay?
Yeah, you walk over, you check her. She seems to have fainted.
Okay.
Dozer goes over and he immediately looks inside of Belkus's mouth and doesn't see anything. Not really sure why she fainted. You go over. Roll a medicine check for me, Megan.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry.
Seiya.
Seiya.
I'm really glad you enjoyed that. Because that would be what I would be doing, honest to God. Oh no, I'm probably going to need that charger.
What? That means you haven't done
What
that?
kind
I
of
have a
charger?
12.
Apple.
Yes, I do
Oh,
need Apple
alright.
charger. But yes, I got a
Cool.
12.
12? Okay.
I'll pass it to one of the people.
Yeah, Brittany's got it, so you guys will have to
Do you need your cards back?
use it.
Oh, look, I found you.
Found Fleeing under the table
Word
Hey,
choice.
Shane.
Freezing!
on purpose.
Word choice.
So, she's alive. She's fainted.
Okay,
Not
you're
sure
not
why.
dead. She isn't dead, guys.
Marvelous.
At least
Dozer
we still only
continues to
have
go
one
look around
body.
the room.
I'm also going to investigate around maybe more of the outside of the room.
Okay. Do you want to like start going through things, or are you just gonna kind of try to look for anything that's out of place?
Just anything suspicious, I suppose.
Perception, then, please.
That's not good. Eight.
8. So with an 8, as you're looking around the room,
Sorry, I am proficient. So
well, it should already give you.
yeah, it does. Yeah, you're right. So,
Basically on stream.
So as you look around the room, with an 8, you're not like seeing anything in particular.
Mhm.
Like there's kind of like some things that have shifted around, obviously with the storm and things moving.
Yep.
But you don't really like. You don't see anything that really catches you as like suspiciously out of place.
Sure.
So
I think Ariel will walk up to the body and see if she can get any readings of the energy from it.
okay.
I've been watching way
Your
too
call.
much The Mentalist. This is all the way.
Roll an Arcana check.
Okay. It's not good.
That's always a good sign.
8.
8. Okay. Not getting any weird energies besides the ones that you get off a dead body.
Right.
So the spirit's not speaking to you at the moment.
Do I wake up yet?
Oh
Um,
god.
Roll a check.
I'd say at this point you wake up.
Constitution save?
Constitution.
She she on purpose went out, so it's fine.
Can I do a insight check on the captain to see if he might have learned anything from our interrogations?
Ooh.
Sure. Go ahead.
Ooh.
What are you looking for in particular?
Just if he's like
Like,
eyeing anybody
Okay.
in particular, or if he has any thoughts.
roll an insight check.
14.
14. So with a 14,
It keeps booting.
you don't notice anything too in particular. You see him like,
Everybody's suspicious.
yeah, he's kind of focused on what he's
Everyone is
looking
guilty.
for. So he's kind of finishing up a search around the room and making his way over towards Mr. Belkis' body. So
Genevieve is going to get up, and then
Yep.
she's going to look at how many entrances to the room is there.
just the one.
All right, she's gonna go check the door
There's also a window too, but
and then the window.
so it's kind of like a porthole, but it's a large porthole. You wait to see it. So you go check the door. What are you looking for in particular?
Anything that might have been disturbed.
Okay, roll a perception check.
All right.
Oh my god, honey. Like, this hurts me.
Oh.
Proximity pain.
You pass out again.
3.
Oh my Lanta.
Okay,
We are
wait.
getting nowhere, guys.
Door always here.
Yep.
Know this room like the back of my hand. Oh, hey.
Everything is copacetic,
Literally.
man.
When did I always have a freckle on my hand?
Yeah, you get
What?
straight. Everything
my
looks good in the door.
Lanta.
So you make your way over to the window. The door looks fine. No one could have broken in that door. It's sturdy. You
Can
make
I
your way over to the window.
check out the window?
Investigation. Or perception, sorry.
Better.
9.
Do you
Nine.
need this? Do you need
I think we might need to bring Pip back.
She never wants to throw anything in dice jail, even
That's
if it
fair.
deserves it.
I mean, I can't.
Digital dice.
That's the milk.
That's
So
true. You're not wrong.
yeah, the window looks good. No issues there. Our captain is going to investigate the body.
things out of the glass.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
He's looking at the body and he doesn't
Smart.
notice anything. He's like, do any of you have any idea what could have caused his death? He appears to be fine for the most part. Except he's getting a little clammy.
Well,
Clammy.
is it
He's getting clammy after he's been dead.
Well, his skin is turning pale, I apologize.
Right.
As one does when they die.
is it death sort of your expertise?
I suppose I could do an additional check.
If you would.
She's like, DM.
Can't.
Can
So what do you
I?
want to look for?
So I checked for poisons, but I didn't check very well.
I'll let you reroll a check if you want.
Alright, so I'm gonna full body check. Any stab wounds you might have missed, any signs of
Of course,
poisoning.
now I roll.
Oh my land.
So, yeah, if you're gonna do a check, let's make it easier to see. So he kind of pulls him down to his skivvies, and
Not that I'm uncomfortable or anything.
No, it's fine.
The captain undresses him.
It's a medicine
Better.
check.
Medicine check?
Yeah.
18.
18.
That is
Yeah.
far better.
That's what I got
When
the
it
first
doesn't
time.
matter.
Looking around the body, he's now kind of like out in the open,
Mm-hmm.
and you're kind of like looking over him more intently. You notice that his veins stand slightly green against the skin.
Would I know of a poison that turns veins green?
Roll a history check.
Beep sees him. and
Oh,
then
come
she
now.
Immediately starts
History.
turning green and looks away.
12.
Well, because of your past, I'll let you roll with advantage.
You're like, yeah.
Know about poisons? That's a thing.
Breathe on it.
Do you really want her breathing on it right now?
Yeah.
When I've just rolled.
She
it
works
doesn't
for
count.
she works for me.
Just like she cannot curse
kind of
my
voodoo
dice.
is this?
You see?
She cannot curse my dice.
We have a good energy between us. I can't
Yes.
curse her dice like I can curse his.
Oh, his are easy, apparently.
And you said
I
it's
also cannot bless
medicine?
my own dice,
Yeah.
but I can bless her
Okay,
dice.
so
Okay.
23.
23.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
You're familiar with this poison.
Hey!
It
Alright, back in
is-
character.
Are you?
So, it's a poison that is absorbed through the skin that tends to turn the veins kind of a dark green tint. It's known as the Devil's Touch.
Ooh.
Well, now that is odd.
What'd you find?
He appears to have been on the receiving end of devil's touch poisoning. It's absorbed through the skin and turns the veins green like they are here.
Do you know how long it takes for the poison to take effect?
A couple hours,
A couple of hours,
depending on how much was applied to the skin.
depending on the quantity applied.
So then theoretically he could have been poisoned in the ballroom.
Well,
You know that the poison is absorbed through the squid, but it is quite deadly.
squid?
So anybody who
The
also would
squeed?
also else would have came into the poison would have also been affected. It's not easy to escape. Not an easy poison to use effectively.
I do remember last night he was not feeling as well.
Oh, now she tells us.
You also notice with your 23 on your medicine check
Yeah.
that
Yes.
as you're kind of looking over his body, you see the grains. You're also kind of flip them over and you're trying to find everything you can.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's like kind of
Moose
he's like
brain.
he's on a
Yeah,
blanket, so you
uh-huh.
just pull the blanket really quickly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just,
So that you're used to corpses. It's
uh-huh.
fine.
Yeah.
You notice that there is a small red mark on the back of his neck. Easily missed.
Hello.
What is that?
I was gonna say,
That's
are we
your
all gonna be
phone.
like,
I mean, it depends if you guys are watching this.
Well, yes.
Yes.
He has a red mark, such as might be made by a syringe.
Roll an intelligence check.
Beans.
son of a bitch, woman! Woman!
What was it? Natural one?
What is
That's a
what is
four.
the purpose of having an assassin if they can't give you any information?
You're unsure if it's an abrasion to the skin or if it's something on the skin. It's kind of hard to tell. It's kind of like It's a very small mark that's hard to see.
Perhaps the captain should take a closer look.
And as you're kind of looking at it, you kind of like lose track of it for a little bit. Then you find it again, and you can't really tell.
Vision's just. Did I come in contact with him? Oh
So
Oh God!
Captain, perhaps
We're
you
all
should
gonna
check
start
the mark
dying.
on his neck.
he looks at it and he's like, "Huh, this is." He said the poison is absorbed through the skin.
no. Yes, usually.
He grabs like a kind of like a napkin and he tries to like rub on it a little bit, and it does kind of rub off a little bit. So it's some sort of something that was rubbed onto it.
Darlings, I remember last night as we were going down to our quarters, somebody fell over and onto my husband and he was hurt audibly. I can't remember who bumped into him. Could that perhaps have been when this might have happened?
It would have had to have been quick. But I believe you were the one
Mm-hmm.
that fell on him.
Yes, I was the one that fell on him. And as much as I'd like to take credit for something of that being finesse, it was not
You
finesse.
would like to take credit for the murder that has occurred?
No, I'd like to be a little less clumsy.
And darling, I remember hearing that he was going to fire you.
I will say that you all note that she is not the most graceful person.
Thanks!
Just as a reference point, something you guys would have noticed.
It's a backhand from the DM. It's fine.
I was gonna say, do we not remember the dancing?
You could have been clumsy or could have done it on purpose because he was going to fire you.
You know, that's a very similar question that I received from the captain, and I'll tell you exactly what I told him. I don't get paid if he's dead. I need money.
Now,
Go ahead.
now, Genevieve, wouldn't you have been the last one to see him if he were to make it back to your shared cabin?
Well, yes.
Hmm.
I believe we still haven't addressed the exact reasoning behind why you weren't spending the night with your husband to have been with him while this tragic event occurred.
Well, if you all must know, we had an argument, and I went to see my lover.
Which one?
Sing.
Oh! Boom!
Antonio, you must know.
Note the lack of shock among us.
We had an argument. That is all.
I can.
That being said, I also remember seeing each one of you or most of you, spending a short period of time with Mr. Belkis that evening.
He's not wrong. You left me to go see him.
I did. He did inform me that he was going to fire you.
While
Curious.
they're doing this, I'd like to
Mhm.
have an insight check into how they're kind of behaving during this argument. Does anybody look more false than anybody else?
So,
Is that a game-breaking question?
DM
Who's lying?
sighs.
I'm trying to find out who's
potentially.
lying.
DM sighs heavily.
So,
Break the game.
go ahead and roll me an insight.
Okay.
Could be worse. Could be worse.
I think this might be okay.
Could be better, could be worse.
18.
18. Okay.
Is that what you told Antonio?
They all are hiding something.
No doubt.
I'm touching your dice, Dave! I'm touching the dice!
Everyone
It
has
couldn't
something
be
to
any
hide.
better, darling.
Each one of them, well, albeit they don't all seem like they're fretting because of the murder, they all seem like as if they have something to hide.
I'm sorry.
No,
Everybody
I
sees
just
it.
closed
No,
that.
it's
These.
If I may interject,
I have to be careful with those checks. Like,
she's like, dang.
your card was the Ten of Wands.
Yes, this one, darling. I'm not holding on to it in the game, but you know, whatever.
Did you happen to return your card in any way when you took it from me? Because I'm feeling a heaviness and upon you, a resentment.
Oh, I do not remember, darling.
You do not remember feeling resentment?
Well,
Or you don't remember handling the card?
handling the card, darling.
Curious.
I didn't love him. If that's what you're asking.
Wasn't about to place any bets on that.
And he didn't love me.
Also, probably wouldn't have placed bets on that either.
Now that you mention it, he did seem to have a particular interest in you, Nix. I often saw him gazing upon you fondly.
Thank you.
Were you involved with Mr. Belkis in more ways than just being his hired assassin?
In what way do you mean involved?
I think you meant.
Then I must say no. That manner of involvement was not something that was between me and him.
So you say.
Oh, I didn't know that he would even
But
show attention to anything. Because he rarely showed attention to me, let alone to any other female.
Darling, you're a narcissist.
Female? Are there men he showed attention to?
Well, no, I don't know. I do not know, darling. He did not show
Ouch.
any sort of
The captain did say they were very
sexual
close.
Got him.
Perhaps
I always knew the captain was the murderer.
once a week, or even perhaps once a month, was special attention even shown to me, darling. So I never thought he had it in him to show anyone attention.
a point of curiosity. You didn't deny that your relationship extends beyond your services you offered, or did you?
I believe his insinuation was of a sexual nature. I cannot assent.
To that, but
Did you have
was
a deeper
there more
connection?
than just your job between the two of you?
We were very cordial.
That's a
didn't
compliment
notice
from an
anything.
assassin, I would assume.
And if you did, I never noticed.
And you did say that this was a rather complicated poison to use, correct?
Not so much complicated as delicate. It would be very easy to come in contact with it yourself while administering it.
So then one might say that you would need some skill in the administration in order to not harm yourself.
You are correct, and I understand your insinuation, but
Well, potentially.
to echo our crewmate Saya, I do not get paid if he is dead.
But also somebody with grace would also somebody who danced quite gracefully on the dance floor. He pointedly looks at
Is that a crack,
pointedly looks at
Genevieve?
no.
Oh,
There we go.
she got it at 20, okay?
Oh my gosh. This is Lacey all over again. She blinks the eyes and you think she's fine.
What are you talking about?
I have no idea what you're talking
Who
about.
is this Lacey?
Innocent.
Never.
Well, I admit I do move quite skillfully on the dance floor. I have no such knowledge or dealings with any type of poisons or negative energies in any sort of way.
You did move quite gracefully on the dance floor. Thank you. And then fell on top of me as we traveled back to our cabins.
Well, yes, the boat was quite shaky.
Did you happen to have some of this poison on your person?
On my person. Do I?
No.
No.
Not your thing. Not your thing. You're familiar with poisons,
Instantly panics.
but you have others that are your favorite type.
It is not in my usual arsenal simply because it is so delicate.
Are you just noticing it? I tried to show you earlier.
I'm sorry.
So he also
I
looks,
do not mean to imply that you were the murderer, only that perhaps the murderer got the poison from you.
Oh, and I understand. I'm not being defensive. I simply don't carry it. It's far too delicate. It'd be quite a simple matter to make a mistake.
So what is this material? It rubs off. Got a red hue to it. Anybody have any ideas?
No.
Anybody like to take a closer look?
I would.
Alright. So you go over and take a look. Roll an intelligence check for me.
So healthy.
I got the last of the tea.
Oh,
14.
Just as Ashley was
14?
going for it, Brittany.
So, with a
I can't run downstairs and report
No,
you.
no, no.
the 14, it seems to be some sort of like, huh?
Nothing.
Nothing polite.
Okay. You think it's some kind of makeup. You're not sure what.
Can I look too?
Sure. Roll an intelligence check, please.
It seems to be some sort of makeup of sorts.
Where the fluff?
A covering of some kind.
Where? Oh, duh, it's regular intelligence. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not intelligent enough to remember where to look.
It's kind of like it's
20.
fluffy
20?
Unnat.
for some reason.
Seems to be lipstick.
It's probably because of the
Looks like it's
Yeah.
lipstick.
Well, that would rule me out as a suspect. I do not wear lipstick.
Just for that comment.
We don't know. Maybe
I
he
was gonna
does
say,
brag.
You're rich enough. Like, doesn't mean you don't got like some stashed up somewhere.
So it could be a distraction planted by the assailant.
Yeah.
You can't fight the logic.
The sound was pretty perfect because it sounded like somebody smooching.
What's your name again? Hasha Hasha.
He kind of looks around the room at all of you guys. Interesting.
Captain, I'm just wondering, were there any other clues that you Andromen might have found?
I did get reports that. We'll find out. See if
Nice.
they- We're gonna run percentile dice to see if they found anything. So.
Did you touch the dice?
I did.
She's sabotaging me on purpose so she can't be found out. Yes. As a matter of fact, I just found out a few minutes ago that a jewel was found outside of the safe downstairs.
What sort of jewel?
So you all know that Belkis keeps a close watch on his wealth. It is kept in a large safe down in the storage area. Says there's a diamond that was found just outside of the safe downstairs, which is quite strange. It is locked. Does not appear to be tampered with, but I need to go investigate myself.
Well,
What
who
does
else
this
would
diamond
have-
look like? What does this diamond look like?
The regularly cut diamond.
And
He has
who
many in
else-
his collection.
Who else had access to this safe?
Nobody but Belkis himself.
Or someone that
Who
knew
shared
Belkis
his
very well?
I know about the safe.
And weren't you wearing a ruby this morning?
I'm still wearing the ruby.
Yes.
Thank you.
Never seen that before. And I've been on this ship since the expedition took off.
Do you pay close attention to jewels and jewelry?
Well, of course, they're a
He's
form
very
of
rich.
wealth.
There it is.
Sorry, is this some kind of poor joke? I'm too
Well,
rich
as
to
you
understand.
should know. Well, as you should know, he liked to give me jewelry to wear.
That contradicts your previous statement.
You said that you were not with him last night, so how could he possibly have given you the jewelry to wear?
You've also stated he paid no attention to womankind, including you.
It does not mean that he did not want me to look the part.
She's covered.
Immediately struck by the redness of the ruby, I'd like to check it out.
Okay.
Just gonna...
Yank!
You gonna let her?
No, I'm not gonna let you.
Not today,
So she goes to reach for the ruby. What do you do?
Smack her hand away.
Okay, your hand gets smacked.
You may look, but you shall not remove the necklace.
Very well. Hold it up. What do I roll?
What you looking for?
Actually, I bend down slightly.
Oh Lord.
There's
Because I am tall!
You are so lucky this is a safe for work stream.
There's cleavage.
There is.
I am tall.
You
I'm
say
looking to
that
see
when
that
you
it's
bend over.
genuinely
In
a
case
ruby,
you all
that
forgot,
it's not some other
she's
material.
Okay.
I'm so happy
roll-
I can play a tall character.
Oh my god. I am such a fan, yo.
Roll intelligence.
Okay.
You got this.
Already
Boo.
been pretty bad for me so far. Oh, that hurts.
A little bit.
That really hurts. 6.
It's a large ruby.
Alright.
Oh, what about the antiquities lady? Can I look at it too while she's like, make me look at it, and she does the thingy? Can I look?
Sure. Roll an intelligence check, and I will give you advantage because you're into like old stuff like that.
Just not down.
Nat 20. Never mind.
Not
Advantage
down the
what?
blouse.
Kill us all.
Not.
Should we do whispers? Should we whisper stuff when you guys find out stuff? I don't know.
We can chill out the meta.
Okay, fine. It's the largest and most expensive ruby you've ever seen.
That is the largest, most That is no cheap
It was a hunch.
trinket.
It was a hunch.
And I must admit, of all the wealth that I have seen in the world, that ruby is unique.
Yes, indeed.
And you've never seen her wearing it before?
No, not
I don't know why
before.
I'm taking your word for it, but
Why would I have any reason to lie about that?
there. Other than the dead body.
If she has 2 lovers, she could easily have 3.
I do believe we now know the direction of the murder. But I believe we must now go investigate the safe. Maybe there's something else down there. Maybe we'll find
Yes.
the lipstick that caused the murder.
Let us go find the safe.
So he leads you guys down, again escorted.
Dun, dun.
Dun,
Oh,
dun,
yo.
dun, dun, dun,
Yo.
dun,
Can't quote that anymore without that coming up.
dun. Hey,
Sorry.
Transition music. You guys find yourself down in the storage room. You guys make your way down the familiar staircase, down through the crew's quarters, to the storage room at the very end of the hallway, where you see a few crates, but in the back you see this large, massively thick safe sitting there.
Paranoid much?
You see a couple of crew members down there. You see the diamond they noticed is there at the base of the safe. Decently large, sitting there kind of almost rolled underneath the safe a little bit, but just peek about. You can see it as you're walking in with the light glinting off of it. And you see that there's a keyhole and a combination that goes in with the safe.
Interesting.
Captain, a question.
Yes.
Was Belkis prone to visiting his safe in the middle of the night?
From what I am aware, no. He kept his wealth here and he did check it once a day, but typically that was right after lunch. Very exact.
And it looks like you would need both a key and the combination to get into the safe?
Now that I do know. You need one or the other.
You don't need both?
You do not need both.
And do you happen to know where Belkis kept the key?
I, as a matter of fact, have it right here. I took it from where he wore it around his neck. I have it here. So
I don't remember seeing a key when we inspected the body earlier.
it's because I grabbed it off his body when we removed his clothing.
Oh.
Sweet.
So he goes over.
He did say the captain could be a suspect, right?
That is fair. That is something I said. The captain is a suspect.
Well, we done messed up here. We've been looking at the wrong people.
That'd be great.
He gets the ship, he gets the jewelry, he gets everything.
Ha ha ha!
Oh my god.
He gets the wife,
He doesn't look at womankind.
I was going to say he doesn't
They're
get
a close
Genevieve though, 'cause she's
confidant.
with Antonia.
the lipstick.
Oh god.
Quick, empty your pockets.
Turn out your pockets. Anyone who has the revolver.
Oh, you have lipstick, but it's the
How
wrong
dare
shade.
you?
Yes.
Okay.
How dare you? We've done
Focus
so
was-
good.
My lover. No.
Based on history, that would be you. It's the
So-
revolver.
He grabs the he has the key, and he opens the safe. Inside you see wealth beyond understanding. There is gold, there's jewels,
McDuck
there's
swimming pool.
cash.
Do you
there's-
start drooling? Like,
There's all sorts of stuff. You notice that there's it's just packed full of stuff.
Belkis told me that he didn't have much money right now.
what a liar.
Of course he was a liar, darling.
He is
Did
the
you
richest
know about
man
the
in
money?
Shan.
Why else would I have married him?
Oh, there it is.
Does he have a will of some kind?
He does. He does indeed.
And who stands to inherit all of this wealth?
Well, the first person in line is none other than his wife.
Oh, the one who knew about the wealth. How convenient.
Who's wearing the most magnificent ruby I've ever seen?
Most opulent piece of jewelry.
Yes.
I didn't do it, darling.
Oh, Lord.
So who has the highest passive perception and what is it?
Oh.
I have
Um,
It's
11.
one of you two. I know it is.
Mine's
Mine-
14. I think yours is 16.
Yeah, mine's 16.
So as looking at the safe with a 16, you notice that looking at like where the jewelry is and everything, there's like spots for stuff, and there seems to be empty spots.
How like, is it very apparent what would have been in that
Seems
spot?
to be. Well, you see like like those ring holders that they kind of like the little things where you stick the rings in,
Right,
and you see like those things that hold necklaces.
right.
Kinda
Like,
like-
we're talking like super fancy, like banks have, where like it fits perfectly in the foam. That kind of, okay.
And there are several slots where things are missing.
In kind of in a small section.
Okay. There are things missing. Very obviously missing out of this safe. And I would assume recently, otherwise, why would he have designated areas for them on a temporary ship placement?
Captain, may I offer a suggestion?
What is it?
Perhaps we should take Genevieve's ruby and see if it fits in one of these spaces.
I second.
You can attempt to, but it is a necklace, and you can see that there's many there's those little body forms that you see on a display that
Oh,
the
okay.
necklaces fit over.
Oh, okay.
So what sort of...
There is a number of
Shapes
those
or-
that are empty.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
But there is one that is kind of bigger than the middle in the center of the shape that is empty.
Would it look like the diamond would fit into any of these empty spaces?
The diamond? So the jewels in particular are kind of like in a box. There's not really like a particular space for them. It was the jewelry in particular that had spots for themselves that you can notice that there's something missing. The rest of it, there's so much wealth, it's hard to say whether or not. But in the jewelry, you notice that there is particular things missing.
I think she means is that diamond that was sort
On
of
the
under
floor,
the safe.
right?
Like,
Or on the ground.
would that fit into any of the spaces?
Or is that meant to be with the box of...
Kind of meant to be with the box
Okay.
of jewels. And that's what you guys gather. He has like a box of just like cut and uncut gems.
I do have...
Oh, gotcha. So it's just a plain diamond.
Yeah, just
Okay.
a plain
Would-
diamond.
Would the captain, perchance, this is to the captain, would you have an asset log of what he was meant to keep in this safe?
I do not know. He was quite secretive when it came to his true expanse of his wealth.
Seems fair.
As this is going on, Genevieve is looking at all the necklaces and stuff and going, oh, my favorite necklace.
Lady,
Oh, my earrings.
excuse
Oh, Lord.
Lady Genevieve, would you have any idea as to what things would be kept in these empty slots in the safe?
Well, darling, I was told about the safe. I was never allowed in the safe.
I see there seems to be two things afoot this evening. Missing items, potentially, and a murder. It's quite interesting. I wonder if one isn't the same. But I do believe this is a good time of any to tell you, since we've all been under watch for a while, that the constables are on their way. They shall be here in a few hours, as we all explore, and they will be quite thorough in their investigation of you all.
I should hope so.
So are you
So
saying...
those of you who may have committed this murder, be warned.
So are you saying it would be better to surrender yourself now?
If it was in fact yourself, I would recommend it.
Oh, well, it was not I. However, perhaps the murderer should take heed.
Interesting
Hence-
question if you're innocent.
Yes, dear cousin.
Oh God.
Oddly pointed.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I also believe that the murderer shall confess, so we may move on and
Did we in
mourn
fact
properly.
put Genevieve's necklace on that form to see if it fit?
It's just an open form. It would probably fit, but there's no way of telling if it was originally there. Although, it would seem as though that is the case.
It's quite interesting.
Captain, have you checked our own persons to see if any of us have additional jewels or riches upon us?
I do not believe we have. The piety would not allow me to do so here, but I think I will arrange a search. He kind of nods to his guards, and they go collect, female and male crew members to go set up a spot to be able to do some checks. That's a good suggestion, thank you.
Anything to help us find the person responsible.
So with that, you guys make your way. Random dice rolls are my favorite. He says, I believe we should return back to the ballroom now. So you guys make your way back to the ballroom. Passing by the room where Belkis's body still lays there, but they put a sheet over it now.
Oh, nice.
You make your way
So
back.
it's not exposed anymore.
I mean, he wasn't fully exposed.
Oh Lord.
Really bad joke, I'm not going to say it.
Good job.
I'm very proud of you.
I will share it later. So you
Pride retracted.
Off stream.
off stream. You guys make your way back up to the ballroom. And he says, I believe I'm going to go prepare to do our searches. You should all prepare yourself. And he leaves you more or less alone again for a little bit.
Oh, for the love of.
Darling cousin, I do have a question. Were you actually his cousin?
Yes, on my mother's side. Quite distant, but we didn't know each other as children, but we recently reconnected. It was quite wonderful.
Yes, as I remember.
Our great-grandfather, yes. We happened to get to talking, and there, it was discovered.
How?
Well, I was with my grandfather. Unfortunately, my great-grandfather passed many years ago. But my grandfather informed me of our connections with Belkris and his family, and we met up and caught up, and it was a wonderful reunion. I've lost touch with some of my closer relatives more recently, and I was happy to find a new family.
But darling, I don't understand. Why did you reach out to him? Like,
Well,
what
it
would
was-
you have to gain from getting to know him, per se?
So as I mentioned, I lost connection with more of my closer relatives, so I didn't reach out to Mr. Belkris. Actually, it was more of a mutual connection. Let's see, we were going in on a business venture together. He was going to help me expand my brand into the new cities.
Brand.
Oh, well, yes, my
I believe she means her arts.
yes, my profession. He was going to help me expand and travel and meet new people, and I was quite excited.
If we're talking about gain, Genevieve, wouldn't it stand to reason that you have the most to gain from his death?
Why, yes. I mean, I would gain wealth and home and
Antonio?
security.
I believe she has Antonio already.
Yes, but she no longer needs to hide it.
True.
I would
don't think
assume.
she was
But
doing
I
a very
didn't
good job of
do
hiding it
it,
before.
darling. No,
True.
I didn't do it. But I didn't do it.
So you said.
Many
Times.
times.
Oh, well. That was poignant. Okay.
Since Meredith is playing the character she really wanted.
I'm to take some of the heat off, Lady Genevieve. Seiya.
I was really
to let her
I
hang.
wasn't sure if that was like a dramatic pause or
Right.
what was going on.
It was
can't
both.
do the darling thing. That's how I get away with it.
Yes, darling you and your darling. Your darling.
Everyone's darling. Seiya, you happened to mention that while it is quite true that if you don't get paid, if Mr. Belkis dies, you also don't get paid if you're fired, which you were. So, I'm trying to connect the dots, I suppose.
And wouldn't it stand to reason that perhaps you would get paid if he died for the services that you had rendered?
Oh yes, and perhaps it wasn't public knowledge to the investors that you had been fired quite yet.
And it seems pretty open knowledge at this point anyway. The captain knew, the investor knew. I suppose in my mind I felt that my firing meant that the beginning of the contract had still been upheld. Even if it wasn't a full payment, it's something. And I'll get none of it now.
I'm just giving you guys the opportunity if anyone else wants to talk.
The question arises for me whether the theft of any property that was in the safe is a separate crime or connected to the murder. Any number of you could make out admirably with the money and or artifacts that were in the safe.
But I don't quite understand is why, if someone was able to get into this safe, why not take more? Why only take a few things?
She has a good point. Grabbing the box of jewels wouldn't have been much harder than grabbing the jewelry that was taken.
And if the captain had the key, then this person had to have been close enough to Belkis to know
either
his
the
combination.
That
Or
is
borrow the key for a while without someone suspecting.
Is the captain still in the room?
He is not, but you do notice the captain. He said he got the key when he was stripping the body for viewing.
Right.
Do we know if that's true?
So those of you with high passive perception would have noticed the key during that process.
Okay.
Okay.
So you assume
This is a
he's
shame
telling the
mistake.
truth. So,
This is the Shane mistake of not telling us about a key when we were searching the body the first time.
that's
Gotcha.
correct.
Gonna say, because when we checked the body the first time, there was no mention of a key.
Fair. That's my bad. That was a DM mistake. So
Wah, wah,
No, it's okay.
What I find strange, though, is that the only one here who does not fully care about the money is you, cousin.
How do you mean?
Well, if
what do you mean I don't care about money?
Yes,
all
please.
of them, apart from me, of course, would lose money if they got fired or they didn't complete their work correctly, or anything like that. She would lose money, he would not be paid, and she would not be paid. And what about you, dear cousin?
Well, Mr.
Didn't she stand to gain more money
Yes,
by expanding her business opportunity?
that is quite true.
That is him in person, not necessarily money. It is
Speaking of
connection.
business, I do remember
Business.
hearing about a venture that you were planning together that did not turn out well.
Yes. Well, Mr. Belkis had used my practices himself to help guide him in some business decisions, and as I told the captain earlier, Mr. Belkis, may he rest in peace, didn't quite always understand the way that I work and the way that magic works. He was looking for definitive answers, and I couldn't always give them to him, and, well, someone led him astray, and he was quite upset about it.
How upset?
Well, you noticed he didn't speak to me last night. But we were working through it.
Perhaps upset enough not to put you forward in the city?
Perhaps that was what he had been talking about. But I was certain he would come around by the end of our trip together.
Do you have your cards with you now?
Yes, you have one of them.
Yes, that's
Do-
true.
The death card.
That was an interesting draw, for sure.
I'm seeing a pattern with Ashley's characters. They always seem like hopelessly optimistic. Just like I'm expecting them.
She's like, what?
I guess my
Or at
question...
least on the surface.
my question, dear Psychic.
I
is
apologize.
whether or not you might try connecting one more time with the spirits and see if you can gain any additional information.
Well, alright, if you insist.
Shall we return to the cards that we found?
Perhaps there's information we are missing.
your card, darling. I don't want to forget her.
Does someone want to do the honors?
I suppose I shall. Which card?
Shuffle them?
Oh dear, alright.
And what are we trying to gain from this card reading?
Well,
Direction.
I think any additional insight, perhaps whether or not the theft is connected to the murder.
Yes, well, asking pointed questions such as that is where Mr. Bellows himself went wrong. Let's try to think of more general...
Vague.
Vague isn't the correct word, perhaps, but more general...
Was
so
the
we
murder personal or financial?
So maybe we can channel Mr. Bellows.
Yes, was there a
Does this
personal
go like
motive,
this?
perhaps?
Don't know. I've never done that before. Thank you.
It's alright, it takes a while to master the cards.
I'm sorry, I think I got one of my hairs in your cards.
Oh, that's alright. Makes it a little more personal.
I can't. I can't.
I mean, I honestly got one of my hairs in the cards.
I swear,
It was shedding.
somebody draws a death card, I'm just gonna freaking scream. I'm just gonna scream.
The cards speak for themselves.
Yes!
Oh, Lanta.
And your own card, Lady
Guinevere?
Belris. I'm
not
Guinevere.
Lady Guinevere.
Genevieve, Guinevere.
Yes.
Guinevere Genevieve.
Changes her name.
Alejandro.
Stop.
Lancelot.
Who wants to begin?
I will start this time.
Death. Dang it.
The Knight of Swords.
Knight of Swords.
Swords.
Oh, she's... Hold on, she's Googling. Just kidding.
In the inverted position.
Right. It represents a impulsiveness, recklessness. Perhaps you've been making rash decisions recently.
Well, yes, you might say that. The fact that I invested it all was rather a rash decision. I made the choice after knowing Belkis for only one evening.
That is rash, especially for a man of wealth.
What made you make this decision so recklessly?
Well, I am always looking for new business opportunities, and Belkis seemed like a businessman of standing, and I thought that perhaps his transactions would be mutually beneficial.
Sorry, it's the blasted tower. That's funny to tarot card readers, I'm sorry.
And she would know. She has like 6 tarot decks.
Calm down, it's 7, who's counting?
I was off by 1.
You're off by one.
This is honestly my first time.
Might as well you guys want to play Strahd.
It is interesting that
Can
starts
I
with
buy
a
that
tarot
deck
reading.
anywhere? You would know. We'll talk later. I want that deck.
You can print it off or copy it out of the back of the book.
Eh.
Which
Which deck?
Curse of Strahd has
There
its
is a-
own.
There is a company that makes a holographic tarot card deck for Curse of Strahd. The cards are like actually
16 is
holographic.
the number.
Yes, you're right.
Don't touch
I'm
your
sorry.
phone.
I'm sorry.
I can read.
What? Don't touch me.
Oh, I figured you were gonna look up the holographic deck of cards right now.
No, I'll wait. I know this is
They
my
also do
first
ones for
stream,
magic,
but I'm
for
good.
spell cards.
I'm
Oh,
okay.
no,
They give you
Hi,
effects for yourself.
internet.
Yep.
Hi, internet.
Tonight's show is sponsored by.
The Curse of Strahd.
Literally no one, but it could
The
be
internet.
The tower represents a destruction of stability and an abrupt change to your life.
Well, there.
She was about to be fired. That would be an abrupt change.
The death of my employer is also an abrupt change.
Seems that your world has shifted right before your
I feel like you're
eyes.
doing that on purpose.
I literally am not. I'm just.
I'd agree with that statement.
Dropping his dice on the floor.
I got like. I've got like idle hands.
it!
Okay, DM, can you control your dice over there, sir?
No, we cannot.
Only
I'm not
you're
used to like having all
trying.
this free time. I'm used to like having to talk all the time.
It's
so it's
true.
like idle hands.
I just need like slight moisture.
Oh,
Even though
yes,
there we
darling.
go.
Just slight.
There's sugar left.
I don't know what it means. But that's a very attractive
Oh.
looking man.
Does he have a flowy
represents,
shirt?
A sort of tyranny, very headstrong nature that you bring or present or exude.
Fair.
I do that, darling?
It's just simply in the cards. And perhaps dealing with this sort of tyranny has left you feeling powerless yourself. Did you feel powerless to your husband?
Well, in a way, yes. Like I said, I never did love him.
Powerless to get so much.
And that was a problem.
You're on the internet. Calm down.
I need to be loved.
Yeah, we knew that.
Emotionally. And physically.
Conceal, don't feel.
My own heart is
Oh, a very lovely woman. And a palm tree or something? And a thing? Watering thing? A cat?
it represents having a stake in multiple ventures and high effort, low return type of feel.
Alright.
Perhaps that's how I was feeling of it, or perhaps that's how Elvis was feeling with his business ventures.
Right. You're right.
Intriguing how both of her cards have been what was Belka's feeling.
As I am a channel for the truth.
She's trying to channel his energy, after all.
Alright, now, the woman that he might have had an interest in.
Dang. Come right out and accuse it.
You seek control and stability, conservative nature.
Well, she is a murderer, after all.
Death is a form of control.
Assassin.
Perhaps in a financial
Same thing, death.
sense,
me.
you have your assets locked away and taken care of and heavily guarded. It's how
I don't have that many assets to guard, but I believe most people do strive for stability. You leave my assets out of this? You degenerate!
Degenerate sons and daughters.
She was trying really hard.
That was painful.
I'm sorry, Internet.
The internet just gave you a pat on the shoulder.
The magical DM. He broke the fourth wall just to pat you on the back.
It'd be really easy just to say that Courtney asked you to do that. Because she is watching, but
Hi, Courtney.
well, she was anyway.
Bye.
Courtney, take the blame. Continue.
we learned?
That Sash is a very attractive man.
And there is the issue.
You seem to think often about attractive men.
Other than your husband, although
Perhaps you
Yeah.
did want out of the marriage.
Well, yes.
What lengths were you willing to go to fulfill that wish?
The lengths that I needed. The lengths of leaving him, darling.
what would that have done to your bank account?
Emptied it.
I mean, now you don't have to leave him, right?
It's true, he left me. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
Yes. Well, I get money.
And copious amounts of it that no one else knew about, apparently.
Well, apparently someone did.
Oh, darlings, I was trying to leave him. That was what our fight was about.
All of a sudden, Genevieve falls over dead.
It's a very slow action.
Our fight was I told him I wanted a divorce. He did not take kindly to that. I told him that I am indeed in love with Lord Wesley. And that I was leaving him for Lord Wesley.
I'm so glad both me and Brittany did the same thing. Twitch.
Lord Wesley! Wesley, my one true love, Wesley!
Not
There
Sir
you go.
Anthony.
Hope that makes you feel good
No,
inside, Shane.
because that's why I love those shirts, is Wesley.
She's blaming Carrie Elwes for her crush.
I'm not blaming, I love him for it.
Oh, wait. We'll talk about this later.
Anyway. He kicked me out of the room last night after our argument. Not argument, but me telling that I wanted to leave him.
Roof.
I've yet to fully break the news to Antonio that I am also leaving him for Wesley.
Would it not help your separation to have some of the jewels from the safe, perhaps?
Well, as you should know, the Lord Wesley does indeed have a great fortune, so that I do not need any wealth, darling.
Well, seeing as how you are quite close with Antonio, and seeing as how Belvis had perhaps a lipstick on his person, do you know of any women that he was seeing?
Honestly, darling, I was surprised to hear that she might even be someone that he might have found interesting. As I was trying to say earlier, he did not show me much attention.
That brow.
And that is why I needed to. That's why I was going to leave him. I do not know of any of his ventures or any of his attractiveness or anything of that sort, since he never showed me much of anything, and it is personal life, even for me. He was not a very sharing sort of man.
Even in the beginning? Was it
Yes.
nothing but money?
Even in the beginning, darling. After 10 years, I could no longer stand not getting love and attention.
Who's to say that the murderer isn't in this room? Have we considered outside sources?
Not as heavily as us, because apparently we're the only ones with real motive.
I mean, the captain did say that he knew most of Belkis's secrets. And he did have the key to the safe.
Yes, that is true.
He didn't take that until later, though.
Well, we don't know when the safe was broken into. Just what the captain has told us.
The other possibility is that he knew the code as well as where the key was. He's such a confidant.
That is true.
Maybe.
Did you know the code to the safe?
I did not.
Did you know there was a safe?
I did not.
That's... You guys all would have known
Oh.
Oh.
He was,
Dang it!
he was not. he
It was not in my immediate character information that I knew about a safe.
I'm
If
sorry.
we all know about the safe, then I knew about the safe.
It was something I didn't like go out of my way to tell you guys, but
Yep.
he is this
Okay.
large safe that he.
Dang
is
it, Shane!
known as. Sorry. Sorry.
We'll do it better on Christmas.
With
The Santa Claus murder
Noel,
mystery.
the main Christmas.
Noel, the main Christmas!
This is gonna have to happen now.
Yep.
We have said it on the internet. It's going to happen.
It is law.
It is law.
And the
Everything
internet
on the
will never lie to
Alright.
me.
If we have enough
Everything
followers, who are
Back
sort
into
of keep on
character.
following and asking about
Back
it,
into
please.
character.
She's trying so hard.
Currently, we don't even know where the captain is.
That is true. And concerning.
All of a sudden, I see something flying off the distance. Just kidding.
Damn it!
Got him!
Sir.
It would be not too difficult to search the captain's rooms for anything incriminating.
I do feel like that won't ease any suspicion that others have on us if we search the captain's quarters.
Where else would we search?
I'm unsure. I think we should all stay put.
Do you want us to search our rooms or his room or nowhere?
I believe the captain is already searching our rooms.
That is what you went to do, right?
No, he went to prepare to do full body searches.
Oh, right.
Gavin's with this? What? Oh god. We need to find this murderer and find him now.
Or else they might be another murder.
Wait, what?
I mean, especially
The
if
man's
cap-
hot.
Once they see Genevieve naked.
Ba-boom! So off track. Okay.
I mean,
We're suggesting that perhaps the captain is the murderer.
True.
If somebody is alone with him, possibly getting that search,
Oh, she's.
they could be killed.
I'm
That
not
is a-
particularly concerned about being seen as more suspicious, as we are already being held under the highest suspicion.
It's true.
Or that person might kill him. I do not know.
And then who will pilot the ship? Let us go search.
But shouldn't the
Before
captain
she
be
works
piloting
herself
the ship?
into a knot.
You think that we should go and search the captain's room?
Yes.
Couldn't hurt anything if we're all together.
Alright. I'll go along with your suggestions.
Under great duress. It's been noted. Let's go.
Thank you. Yes.
We all go together.
Yes.
Alright, so you guys, we're trying to head down to where you know the captain's quarters to be.
Yep.
As you guys go to leave the room, the crew stops you as you try to leave.
Dang
Informing
it!
you that the captain
Beans!
has told you to stay in the space till he comes back.
Literally Nix's response. Can it be?
No, this is Brittany works in a daycare.
But I still think that
So,
should be Nix's
as
response.
you guys are going,
Okay, you know what? Sure. Professional assassin, when she's thwarted, she says beans.
Beans.
so as you guys are
Blah.
kind of confronting the guards on this, he returns, the captain. He says, "What's all this? Thought I told you to stay put till I was ready for the search."
We missed you.
Sweet.
I somehow
Lord.
doubt that. What were you really doing? And then the crew pipes up and says, they were heading off to go look somewhere, sir.
Your room, to be exact.
My
You're
room.
just as suspicious as any of us.
The confidence is stifling.
So you think
it
it was
If
me?
she was the murderer, she would just tell everyone that she did it and be proud of it.
Why would you?
If
As
I
I'm
had
telling
killed
you,
him, it would be because I had a
didn't
contract.
do
I wouldn't need to hide anything.
If you want to search my room, what do you expect to find there?
Any incriminating jewels or
Perhaps
stolen artifacts,
Or
Lipstick.
poison.
a strange out-of-place vial of lipstick,
Or poison.
Or poison.
or poison.
Or any information you have on all of this information. All of these secrets that Belkis just seemed to tell you.
Well then fine, I have nothing to hide. We can search my room if you would wish.
We do.
Alright, so
He had to think about it.
he leads. No, it was somebody's posting links on our stream, so I'm just trying to see what's going on. The Automod should take care of that stuff, but
Don't do that.
Don't zoom.
so
Do we have a lot of viewers? Just asking.
we have 3.
Woo!
Woo! So many.
For those of you doing a viewing party, for shame, I'll log in separately so I can have more viewers.
Oh my gosh.
Each of
Anyway.
those 3 really has 50 people watching. So.
Yes.
That's
Please don't let it be my mom and 2 of her friends.
fair. I mean,
It
fair,
is in fact
Carrie?
Mom
Probably.
and
I mean-
3 of her friends.
to be
Everyone
fair,
tell us if your
one of our
birthday's
normal
long.
viewers commented earlier.
Okay, good.
Somebody I've never seen before commented earlier. And then Courtney commented earlier.
Okay,
So,
thanks.
Is Patrick watching?
I have no clue.
I feel like he mostly watches us on YouTube after the fact.
That's
but
true.
maybe he would have
That
liked.
would be me. I love you guys.
But you gotta catch up first. We get it.
Again.
I'm a YouTuber.
So you gotta watch our catch-up episode live on... anyway. So you guys...
I like how I just like.
Oh, what?
So you guys make your way into the captain's room. It's quite spick and span. Everything has in its place. He says, "Fine, have your way. Search through whatever you want. Nothing to hide."
Can I look through papers? See if there's anything like letters, maybe, where he'd have said anything.
So make an investigation check for me.
Okay.
Looking for letters.
Can
Yeah.
I look through some of his drawers? possibly,
Well,
to
not
see if I
today,
find
Sadie.
any lipstick.
Roll an investigation check, please.
I'll search under
What
the
did he
bed
say?
and
Inside?
any other like hiding
Investigation.
spots.
Investigate. Thank
Okay,
you.
investigation check.
I can't freaking think. That's
What
why.
did you ask your
9.
roll for?
Investigation.
I found Jack Diddley. I
9?
had a 9.
You don't find really any papers. Like, all the stuff you find is more or less blank or have to do with the ship's running.
I mean,
11.
11? What were you looking for again in particular?
Like lipstick.
You don't find any lipstick in his drawers.
I want to search any places, any hiding places that I might have discovered as normal while being an assassin. Places where people keep things that might not be apparent to like the layman, but when it's something, when you've got plenty of leisure time to search someone's room, you discover.
Roll an investigation check with
Like how people keep money in their freezer, that sort of
Advantage.
thing.
Like the captain in Stardust.
So what does that mean when you were watching our house?
oh my god.
You've got a very terrible freezer.
That's
He
fair.
is officially Batman.
Advantage is good.
Thank
advantage
God
is
for
good.
advantage.
No!
Bad moose!
Yikes.
You want to trade it?
Yes.
Take
Take
it
your
away.
cursed dice back.
You can have Tide Pod dice.
Thank you.
Tide Pod?
Do I get to
Yeah.
roll again, or is
Yeah.
it?
The
No.
I
colors.
didn't think so. So a 9.
Is that
Look
the
at- look-
colors?
Look at the look at the
Yeah,
dice.
Tide Pod dice.
Oh
A
my.
9.
That's
Yeah.
intriguing.
9 is what I got.
You
I
look
didn't-
at the
I
spots
didn't
that
use
you like one of the spots you've known before, and he's kind of shocked that you go right to it. You open it up and there's a journal in there.
Ah.
You siphon through a few pages.
Mhm.
It reads like a typical kind of a ship's captain's log.
Captain's log.
Stardate.
I got a 14 on mine.
To check under the bed in any hidden places. So looking around, you do happen to find
With advantage. Bad moose.
Even my aunt
you
was
find
sad.
a hidden box.
Ooh.
As you pull it out and you open it up, it seems to contain a pipe and tobacco.
Boring.
Ooh.
He's like, kind of a gasp when you pull it out.
You found his secret vice.
Oh, so sorry. I will put that back immediately.
You all know no.
I know that
You
I
look
said.
slightly broken.
No need to be ashamed. Everyone has their vices.
Sorry.
I'll just put it back under the bed.
Totally
Okay.
personal.
Alright.
Well, this was fruitless.
Did you find what you were looking for?
No.
That you're secretly Robert De Niro in Stardust?
Captain, I have a question for you. I hope you would answer honestly.
Yes.
Did you kill Belkis?
So we're just asking that right
Roll
now?
an insight check.
He looks you straight in the eye
Dead.
and he says no. I know.
I want to check.
It's an insight check, and he's an NPC, so I will allow it because it's an NPC and he's not another player. Whoever is the murderer. He killed Bog! No, I'm just kidding. No. You see, every ounce of his fiber is honestly telling you he did not
Because
kill
he was
Boggus.
in love with him.
That would
Well,
be
everyone.
development.
With my open question, I have found out that he did not kill Belkis. So it was one of us.
You just take him as his wallet?
Like,
And my nat
let's
20,
all
but
believe
yes.
the ticked off investor.
The question is, if he was the murderer, would I have let you roll the dice?
Yes.
You just would have given us a. Well, he seems suspicious.
It's true.
Not you!
That's my shit.
I don't know.
Everybody.
I didn't notice that I didn't say it was one of you.
Sorry.
I said it was one of us.
The person
So
who's the
there.
murderer is already like stressed out enough as it is, I'm sure. So rolling an insight check on people, you just gotta learn your own insights, I guess.
It was not the captain.
Let's do insight out of character.
So that if you all are done now, I have our segregated search areas and my trusted advisors who will perform the search.
Very
You all
well.
Subject yourself.
Have you searched our cabins?
Yes.
Oh, dang!
And did you find anything?
I wish I would have asked before going through our personal belongings. We
Of
Checked
course
with
not.
you.
But that would have
first.
given us an
Why are
opportunity
you
to
so
do something about it.
Set.
I mean, I have nothing to hide, but it just seems a bit rude.
Yes.
Besides
nothing
that,
to
human
hide.
skeleton in your closet? No. Just kidding.
That doesn't
Oh my
mean that
gosh!
things
Well, they
gone
do-
through.
They do use bones for runes sometimes.
I guess as someone who prefers their privacy, I'm not shocked at all to hear that they decided to
I
just
understand
rifle through our
your
rooms.
concern, Captain. I'm not surprised that your crew searched our rooms.
Did they find anything from their searches?
Not at liberty to say. So my investigation is complete, and the constables arrived.
Take your
I
time,
would
That
like
seems
to know.
counterintuitive.
So can you just review the win conditions again? The murderer has to either frame someone or escape before the constables arrive.
Correct.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
with that, you all ready for your search?
Yes.
Yes.
Very well.
Alright. So he pulls you all away. I would like... I'm gonna make this kind of dramatic.
Oh my god.
'Cause I want to have fun with this. I would like you all to leave the room, and I will call you back one at a time.
He hates
Do
us.
not strip us in front of the internet, Shane. Would you?
Not allowed.
My
right?
mother might be watching this.
Brittany, no nudity.
The antlers come
No,
on.
no moosity.
No moosity. The antlers
Dare.
aren't real. So,
These aren't real antlers.
This
I'm
really
gonna ask-
ends without finding a murderer at all.
So-
We just find out she realized she has antlers.
I'm gonna
Real
ask. So
murderer
what's gonna
was the
happen
friends
is I'm gonna
who
ask
belonged to them.
each of you to. I'm gonna ask all of you to leave the room.
Okay.
I'm gonna call you back one at a time. So don't go downstairs.
Okay.
Just sit on the stairs.
Just be quiet.
Go hang
Make
out
nice with that
no,
spider at the bottom of the stairs.
the little hallway, and I will call you guys back, and we'll go from there.
Should one of us just stay?
Should we be able to hear this? Because if
Yeah.
Alright.
okay.
Yep.
I'm just like,
Don't touch there.
if you want us to sit right
Who-
there, we're
who-
gonna
I know-
hear what's
I know.
going on.
Who's going
no,
first?
you guys
Who would you
I'm
like
gonna-
to stay?
I'm gonna call you guys back, and all but one person is gonna re-enter the room.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So
Wait, what?
Leave the room. That's what he's saying.
leave the room. I'm gonna call you guys back one at a time. Don't go far.
Did you turn off the camera? Are we still going?
No, you guys are good. It's fine. I don't care at this point. This is more. This is for the dramatic part of it. So, first, I would like for Harashana to enter the room, please. So, we have searched, and you have not returned anything of suspicion. We looked in your room, and you can sit back down because they can't see you if you're standing up there.
Sorry.
It's good, it's good. We searched the room, and we have not found anything of suspicion, although I do believe I now know, finding in Belkis' possession, a letter stating what in fact he found information about you. But that
Yes.
being said, we have not found anything suspicious on you, so you are currently absolved.
Thank you, sir.
Next, you can stay.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring it back one at a time. Everyone's gonna return to the room except for one. I would next like. Let me have Ariel, please. You can have a seat, please. So, Ariel, your search did not return anything of interest on your person, and your room, well, although containing strange objects,
As is
Not-
of my profession.
as is of your profession,
Yes.
did not return anything of note. So at the moment, even though you did stand to lose quite a bit, or to gain quite a bit by his death, currently absolved. Next, I would like for Nyx to come back into the room, please.
Megan just had a world rock because
I'm having a lot of fun with this. This is great. Yep. So, Nyx. Well, you are an assassin. And probably the most capable one here performing the task that was set. We have searched your room for the lipstick and anything of the kind and on your person and yet to find it. So you currently are absolved. Even if you are the most likely. Next.
Dramatic music.
Seiya, please enter the room. Seiya, we searched your room and you have many oddities. You have probably gained from your adventures some trinkets of your web. We searched your person, but we have not found anything of note. So you're currently absolved. That being said, now that you all are here, we have Genevieve currently in custody. So we found on her person a red lipstick that matched the color. We will allow for the constables to get down to the full information, but finding the lipstick on a person, she is the most likely one, the most one to gain by killing him. So for now, we're going to take her for the murderer.
And you're sure that the lipstick was not placed upon her person by someone else?
For that we cannot know, but we know that she is the most one to gain.
Can we do a history check to see if we recollect her wearing red lipstick?
I mean, sure.
we just,
Are you
like,
just
all
gonna
gonna,
say
like-
yes? Because Meredith doesn't wear makeup, Shane. Give me a break.
Meredith, would Genevieve have wore red lipstick?
No, she has natural beauty.
Oh my god.
No, you would not remember her wearing red lipstick.
But, even if the lipstick did belong to her, it doesn't mean that it's directly related to the murder that took place.
Well,
No,
could
it might
she
be a
have worn-
misdirection of sorts.
Sword?
So who else would you think would be the murderer then?
We're not
that's
supposed to
hard
throw
to
out
say.
names, cause like
he did it.
I was gonna say.
Everyone point to your left. One of us
Wait.
will be right.
If I point to my.
The lipstick was found on her person. She denies that it's hers, but
Has the
so would any murderer.
poison that was used been found?
Yes, the lipstick was in fact the same that we found on Mr. Belkis.
Oh, well, that changes things then.
And it would make sense why she wouldn't wear it.
It's true. But then, well, did she just draw on his neck with lipstick? I mean, I'm just a little,
To our
Tiffany says
knowledge,
yes.
she was the last one to see him alive.
to our knowledge. And as I believe you stated, it takes several hours for the poison to take effect.
Love you, wife.
She is
I signed up for this
seething.
and I know it.
Anyway,
Is the only evidence you have against her the lipstick?
well, that's in the crushing reasons why she would want him dead.
The excessive motive.
Well, you had left the room, but She made quite a case, and I am,
So then-
tempted to believe her.
Point me to the real murderer.
Well,
No man.
let me make her case for her, since she's not here to speak for herself. She had already planned to break things off with Belvis.
So she says.
Unfortunately, wealth can be intoxicating, as some people have shown us.
As well as lack of employment would also be a lack of wealth.
It is not intoxicating to me. I
Bad
have already
business deal?
come by it naturally.
She can provide to me a better case.
Have
She
you
was
yet
found
found
with
any
the-
of the missing artifacts from the safe?
We
On
do-
her person, in her cabin, in any of the cabins, or on any person?
We've not located them yet, no. Still missing. Does not mean they're not hidden somewhere. There's a large ship.
It's very
And most of
likely
our
they
men are
hidden
watching.
somewhere.
Most of my trusted men are watching the rest of the crew while we invest. But she was found with the murder weapon.
And that necklace is rather intriguing.
It's also true.
Very intriguing.
But she already has the necklace.
I just would hate for you to arrest the wrong person.
I understand. And
Quite
this will be a matter for the constables to arrive to, as well. But the evidence is damning. I was personally fond of Genevieve.
Oh?
Were you?
Giggling from the hallway.
But unfortunately,
Steel guitar
evidence is
here.
damning. So unless you have a better case against somebody else, I don't know what else to do.
Genevieve seemed quite insistent that it was you, Ariel, that had the motive.
Wait, what?
That was
Why, yes. She was asking about your relation, what you stood to lose.
Can you imagine what she might have had against you, personally?
Well, no, not really. I think she was just trying to shift the blame a bit.
Meredith, if you want to come back into the room, you can. You just can't talk.
Okay.
Oh, you
You
can't.
have been
you
muted.
Can't, you can't contribute to the conversation. You can
I'll
talk.
I'll sit facing away from everybody so
I
I
think that's worse.
Oh, this is painful.
There, we love you.
It's like leaving Nixie in the hallway.
Oh.
Poor Nix.
Oh my god! How could you do this to me?
Black seems sus. Spacer.
Listen, if I did have any real reason to kill my cousin, why then would I be willing to defend her? Like, I don't believe she killed him. It just doesn't make sense. The lipstick just seems too convenient, maybe too professional.
Professional is an
That's-
interesting choice. of words.
Interesting choice of words.
It is. Thank
Well,
you.
in all honesty, how easy would it have been for her to acquire such a thing?
You said you have.
How easy would it be?
You're a professional assassin.
Yeah, Shane, so I would know about how the procurement of poisons goes.
Yes, you would.
Do I just get to make it up?
So, what was the question again? Phrase it again.
How easy would it have been for her to procure that lipstick?
Which her? Her or her?
Her,
Yeah,
the devil's
well,
touch.
anyone.
Any-
How
yeah,
easy
anyone.
would it have been to just go and purchase, like, give me poison lipstick, please?
The
Like,
devil's
the
touch is
whole,
a
like-
very, very hard to use poison.
Hard to use, but is it hard to get?
So, with that being said, it is not necessarily hard to get, but it is not something you just go to the drugstore and pick up. But those of
He's
you who would,
circling the drain.
those of you who, any of you who would be interested in procuring a poison and finding the means to do so would be able to procure that as easily as any other poison.
So,
Of
in
a
other
s-
words,
of potency.
she could get it.
The black
Anyone-
market is ripe.
Oh, Lord. Oh, boy.
Anyone could find it. It's simply not terribly popular among the professional set because it's so finicky.
So then what you're saying is it's not something that you would choose to use normally, therefore it would be something you could use to throw suspicion off of yourself.
Perhaps, but it would also be very easy to poison myself.
Well, I mean, obviously the killer could have poisoned themselves, right?
They could
But they
have,
didn't.
but they wouldn't very likely be with us at the moment.
So then they were fortunate.
There's another dead body found. No. It was in engineering.
Shut up!
Report.
Self-report, space him.
Oh my god. That heavy sigh. She almost sounds exactly like Nixie too.
Love you, wife. It's up to you. If you all have a better person, I will be happy to hear it. Fortunately, the evidence is stacked against her.
Come on, internet. Figure it out.
Right, because the internet has that power right now.
How much time do we have before the constables are meant to arrive?
Not much. Due to arrive
Damning
shortly.
hour.
Well, perhaps we should just wait for the police to arrive and do their job.
Probably better equipped than we are.
Although we all have personal stakes in this. None of us want to be accused.
It's just so hard for me like that to remote.
Do you want to just pop out into the hallway so you can make as many faces?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
She's like, let me out! Let me out!
You said you could come back in. You didn't have to come back in.
Be like,
Oh my
she
gosh.
should have her own camera.
So we can see her
I didn't think
reaction.
about
The
this-
hall
this-
cam?
This,
Yeah.
this
Oh,
evolved.
God.
I wasn't planning for this in particular, so. So what do
Isn't
you
that
guys
how
gonna do?
this always goes? Shane makes plans. We
So
derail
Genevieve
them.
is still in the room with us, in game.
No. Genevieve is not in the room. You guys were all searched. And
She's
brought back
been
to the
arrested.
hall.
Okay, she's been arrested.
She is now in this Hoof Scout.
Let's go.
So she could actually be the murderer, and if she is, then we would be winning the game, or she could be framed and we would lose the game. Quite a conundrum you've put here, sir.
If the constables show up while she's arrested, does that count as her being framed?
So if the constables show up, the evidence is currently stacked against Genevieve.
Okay, gotcha.
So she would be arrested as
So
Most likely.
just waiting doesn't
doesn't help.
You
help.
will all be questioned
Mhm.
and all be placed under watch,
Mhm.
but it doesn't mean that a skilled murderer or skilled person could get
Mhm.
away from said thing
Mhm.
when the evidence is stacked extremely against one person. I placed it as so as that the murderer was to successfully finger somebody else. I mean,
I feel
you
like
all
this was the
have
plan
reasons.
all along.
you all have stuff to gain. So
Mhm.
This was your
He's
plan.
laughing.
He is. He is.
He's like, ha 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 ha. Rude.
I married that.
She seems proud.
I was gonna say, that wasn't something out of, like,
it's
shock
up
or
to you
horror.
guys. It's completely up to you guys. The evidence is currently stacked. I
Just
will,
let
I
her
will
take
allow
the
you
ball
some.
and-
You have
I
a little
know,
bit more
but I
time
just kind of.
for any last minute things, but the jewels have not been found. I rolled dice to see if they had. They were not. That's why I'm rolling back here to see what's going on around the ship
Okay.
and see what things are found.
Okay.
So that changes what happens. I know what evidence is out there,
Now I wish
and I know
hadn't
what the
touched dice,
percentages
I
are
guess.
of getting that evidence.
Meredith, go touch the dice.
So
Oh, God.
She can negate
all
my
the
curse.
evidence has already been found. It's going to be found. So
Ah! Oh, Lord.
No, Shane, roll
We're on the
again.
cliff. We're on the Oh, God.
so
Magical mare.
So I guess it really comes down to whether or not we want to win or lose the game.
well again, you don't know if you are.
Never
That's
liked watching
true.
12 Angry Men, I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I don't think I ever have on purpose.
So either you guys allow Meredith to be framed, or you figure out a better way, which is difficult.
So you're admitting she's
So she
straight.
just said she was framed.
Oh!
You said so either you're allowing Meredith to be framed or you're trying to figure out a
in
better way.
our like talkings, because that's what we're assuming, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
you guys are assuming she's
Yeah.
framed because you guys are not making the decision. If you guys thought she was a murderer, you'd just been like, "Yep, Perfect!
Well, see, I'm torn. I don't know.
I think I know who it is out of character.
Same.
But in character.
But in character, I have no idea.
It's up to you guys. What would your characters do? Evidence is stacked.
Captain, do your men have any hope of recovering the jewels that are missing?
Again, we're still searching this ship. Once the constables get here and relieve us, we should be able to find them. We won't know until they arrive.
Would you be terribly opposed if we did some sleuthing ourselves around the ship?
I will allow that if you want. I will join you.
Very well.
So I would like perception checks from each of
Okay.
you. If you get a group high enough, it'll determine what you guys find.
Nat 20.
I got a nat 18.
Okay.
Which
I'm gonna
is,
use one of Meredith's die because all mine are cursed. Well.
Damn!
It's the only
I
one.
warn you that the copper one hasn't been rolling well.
In other words, you
Don't
grabbed
wait
the
till
wrong.
after she rolled? I didn't know which one she was
15.
grabbing.
15.
So
I didn't know she was grabbing.
In-
insight. You said
Perception.
perception.
15. Natural 18.
Eight.
Natural 20. 19.
8.
8. So
I'm like
grouply,
shit tonight. Ah!
you guys
Okay,
found.
we made up for it.
You also found a jewel outside of Antonio's room.
Okay, guys.
Search Antonio's room.
But everyone knew that
Yeah.
she was
So
in
you
a
searched?
relationship with him.
I know, but it's like I'm
Everyone-
already torn towards
So you
saying it.
search-
Everyone knew that.
But
Then if
That's
someone
not
was trying to
blocking
frame
No.
No.
It would be easy.
you
to
search
say.
Antonio's room.
Yes.
Give me an investigation check.
You find
Smalls.
random undisclosed.
Hey, you said what is it?
Investigation. You rolled another natural 20.
20!
Unnatural
That fucking
20.
guy. No, you're not allowed.
13.
13.
Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20.
17.
17. You all find a large bag of jewels
In Antonio's
in
room.
Antonio's room,
Oh my.
stashed in the mattress.
Has
Oh
Antonio
my
been questioned?
Lisa!
Has Antonio been questioned?
He,
Oh, she makes a good point.
He has been. By the you do ask this of what's his name?
Yeah.
Yes. We have questioned him. We know that he spent his evening with Lady Genevieve.
How does he describe this evening?
One of activity.
Icky.
Please
It's true. What is that?
try to follow the tack of my questions. When did they meet up?
After the storm shut down, she was in his room waiting for him, from what I understand.
And how does he say the jewels got there?
He just found them because I didn't know. We haven't asked him about the jewels.
Where
Please
was,
ask him about the jewels.
Where was Antonio all evening, if not in his room? Was he helping?
He was on the ship's deck. I can vouch for him myself.
Right, because he was crew.
And you say that she was there in his room before he arrived.
Correct. Fetch Antonio.
Perhaps
People are out.
Affection.
in the bustle of the storm, someone could have committed these crimes and got there before Genevieve did.
It's possible.
He runs off, grabs Antonio. He comes back. And he
She would be the
"What's all
most
this?"
likely
And he
person
sees
to
the
be
jewels kind of like on the bed, and he's just like his eyes go wide.
Oh, snap.
framed. So he didn't know they were there.
Can I do an insight check on him to see if it's a genuine surprise?
Sure,
Or
I'll love it.
Insight
What was it?
11.
It's not horrible.
Insight, so a 13.
Seems genuine. He's kind of like seems like. What are the jewels doing in here? Found them.
We found them in your room.
Mm-hmm.
He's very confused.
Who else has been in your room, Antonio?
Just Genevieve. She spent the evening here last night.
Do you keep your room locked?
No, most of the crew don't have locks on their doors. Anything of value we keep in a chest.
And
Let's see, there's a lock chest.
at what time did you find Genevieve here in your room?
After late in the evening, I arrived after the storm was settled, and we proceeded to spend the evening together.
How well hidden were the jewels in Antonio's room? Were Were they easy to find?
Not necessarily. You guys all rolled really, really good. They were hidden in the mattress.
Oh, okay. That's hard.
Right. So you're curious
like up
if
on
whether
where
or
the
not they
pillows
were not well hidden, then perhaps it would be a setup, yes.
They were hard to find. They were up near the pillows on the bed, kind of underneath them where they'd be hard to feel.
Well, all the evidence certainly does point to Genevieve.
Blaring me.
Read the line. Yeah.
That'd be too much.
You seem very eager to have this be over with,
Well, don't we all?
I suppose.
The constables will be here soon either way.
Exactly.
They
so
will get to the bottom of it.
They will.
But I would hate for the wrong person to be accused.
Yes.
You've been awfully quiet on the subject.
Seems that every turn we've taken, we get more answers. The more we try to help, the more we find to believe
You guys
exactly
gonna take my
what.
one comment and make that just throw your whole decision in.
Yep.
What would your characters know?
I feel that Genevieve, out of perhaps us as suspects, may have the least motivation to steal jewels. Especially if she was planning to kill her husband anyway. She'd just receive them
Anyway,
anyway.
Is strange.
To be honest,
Well, sorry, go.
my deepest indecision on the subject is whether she is too stupid or stupid enough.
Peanut gallery.
Sorry.
I guess that
That's a fair point.
relates. Yes.
Stupid enough to steal jewels from the husband she was leaving. Perhaps because a divorce would cut into her inheritance significantly.
but she did
So
say
you're-
that she was leaving him for another wealth.
lord.
Perhaps,
Another lord not in possession of the particular pieces she's so fond of.
perhaps you're saying that
She did make a comment about that.
had motivation to steal the jewels, but not perhaps the murder aspect. Is what you're saying?
Correct. Or
So,
stupid enough to kill him when she became easily the most obvious suspect.
I will inform you all that you have in game. There's like 40 minutes left before the constables arrive. We're running out of time.
She made no effort to hide her disdain for her late husband.
True.
I feel like if she did kill him and steal the jewels, she would have made a little effort to hide that or feign sorrow.
Perhaps.
But it would play awfully false for her to suddenly be sorrowful.
That is also true.
Well, do we all truly believe that she is the guilty one?
I do not.
I can't say.
Agreed.
I believe she's being framed.
Well, let's use our time here to try to find some evidence that she may be innocent, and then when the constable arrives, they will take over and do their job and hopefully find more evidence either way. So where shall we look next? I mean, there's no more evidence to be found. We found the jewels, we found the murder.
And
but-
Captain, you said you've searched all of our rooms?
That I have.
My legs are getting tired.
Your rooms have all been searched, and
Oh,
to finding of nothing strange.
I don't want to give anything away, guys. Her face.
Perhaps we had best turn our minds to motive then. Who has the most to gain from his death?
Other than the obvious gender.
Precisely.
Well, if that is the case, I believe I have a good feeling on all your motives. But I would imagine you would not like for me to speak of them in front of the rest. Unless that was what you want.
Are most of them laid forward?
I have nothing to hide. You may share my motive if you wish.
What about the rest of you?
I have already discussed what we discussed in our private interview. I have no secrets.
In the interest of transparency, I give you leave.
All know my job
So,
status.
each one of you had a motive. Granted, Genevieve, you stand to gain the most in his death. But each of you had your own personal figure. Nyx, you, for whatever reason I cannot fathom, are in the will as well. She stands
Sorry.
to gain money if both the man and the woman of the house are both indisposed.
And
Quite
would arrest count as being indisposed?
I do believe in the case of this it will. Also note that I forget the names. Ariel, she had given bad business advice to
I
To
have not
Belkis.
given any bad advice.
So
I've
doing this bad advice, he had then decided to cut off
He took
her plan to increase her, basically her trade. And also to inform that the current people that were in the trade were to expose her as a fraud. Whether or not he was positive, if she actually is a fraud, I do not know. This is what Mr. Belkis thought.
So he did not yet send out these messages to denounce her as a fraud.
Correct. I did find them in his room. Letters and information cutting off the deal and informing others of her mistakes that in his business ventures.
It would appear that this murder came just in time for you.
Also note that Seiya was stand to be let go with little to no pay. But with Mr. Belkis' death, because he was so upset with her, but in his death, in the event of his death, the original contract would be taken out. In which case she would then head the operation, if you will, and continue to be paid.
That's quite a promotion.
It's just the opposite of getting fired.
Parallel. No upward, no downward. Parallel.
Also note that Harashana was forced into investing double of what he originally planned to invest because he's being blackmailed.
That would
Something
be
in
quite
his past.
motive.
So as you see, you all have something to gain. Granted, yes, his dear wife stand to gain the entire fortune easily, but each of you had ample motive to see him dead. And now all the secrets are out on the table.
Well, who would gain the most fortune if Mr. Belkis died and Genevieve was arrested promptly, being framed for his death?
Now, did you say that Nyx would inherit the entire fortune if the others were disposed?
A large portion of it.
Have you anything to say?
I do. I can tell you the reason that I am in his will.
That I'd be very interested in hearing myself.
Oh, we didn't even tell the captain. Dang!
Belkis Farland was my father.
Your father and
Yes.
Genevieve never had each other.
No.
I was gonna
Lady
say, how
Genevieve
old
is
are you?
Not my mother.
Wow!
You changelings have a base form?
Huh?
You changelings have
Yes.
a base. Okay. So, I'm going to change my features and reveal that I am a changeling.
Oh snap!
Well, this is quite the development.
My mysteriously cordial relationship with Balkus Farland was that of a father and a child. I have
What
no...
are you?
The child who kills people on the father's behalf.
I love that all of these got to go on air because I thought we were gonna have to talk about this after the fact when all of you guys were bursting to talk about your characters.
Right.
So the fact that we get to do this live is great.
So you see, while I have no love lost for Genevieve, I have no desire to see my father dead.
Other than inheriting most of his wealth.
But
He kept me on retainer. I was always with him. I received the benefits of the wealth.
she makes a point. I'd be much more suspicious if Genevieve were the dead one.
Well, how about you then?
I had already invested twice what he asked, what I had offered in the first place. I did not stand to gain anything by stopping our venture here. I was only to gain if we were to be more profitable in the future.
Well,
I will. Yeah, okay, go ahead. I'll
well,
leave it alone.
the captain mentioned that.
You were being
Well-
blackmailed.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the death of Balkus keeps whatever secret you wanted kept.
And any future fortune kept as well.
To date,
The contract does say that you still stand to gain money if the business continues, which it would without Mr. Balkus.
that is true. Well, yes, I mean, blackmail is a messy business, I suppose.
What's got on you?
Well, if you must know, I did share with you all that I have a quarry spirit attached to my essence, and the spirit attached to mine is of a warrior nature. And, in a certain mishap, I accidentally murdered a small child.
That is tragic.
I have regretted that action ever since, and done my best to hide it from my family and others who know me. My most regrettable mistake, you would say. But I was not in control of my actions at the time.
Could the same be said for this instance?
The lipstick poison seems very premeditated.
That's true. True.
So I believe that if you did kill Balkus, you did not do so in the same manner as before.
Sounds like it would have been a messy nature.
I'm afraid that still leaves you.
Or you.
What would you like to know?
In the ballroom, you danced so gracefully.
Yes.
But when we returned to our cabins, all of that grace was lost. It would be very easy to stumble into my father and just graze him.
Elris was nowhere near us at the time of our fumble, and I am not used to airship travel, especially with all this turbulence. I admit I lost my footing more than once, but so did you.
I did. But I am notably clumsy.
Oh, alright, well. I am quite the dancer, but not perfect. Anything else?
So torn right now. Feel better? No. Okay. I tried.
No?
Just informing you guys. We here at the 3 hour and 55 minute mark.
Damn it!
4 hours.
Mhm.
Constables arrive.
Oof.
It was a predetermined time I kind of came up with. Originally it was 3, but we hadn't really got to the point I wanted to get to yet, so I extended it out.
Oh, thank you for that.
Oh,
Yes, it is 10:30. Almost 10:30.
Oh dear.
oh.
What the hell, shit?
Keep over there.
I know.
Stop it!
Yeah. Who done it?
Somebody just tell us.
Yes, if you're guilty, just say that you are.
Just say it.
I have reached the limit of my mental gymnastics. I will have to allow Genevieve to be arrested.
Sergeant.
I was gonna say, I second that.
Alright, so. Alright. So if that is the case, then you all are on the ship until until the constables arrive. They question you all quite thoroughly, search the ship, and find really nothing of interest. So, with the evidence stacked against Genevieve, they do find her guilty for the moment, although promise to keep you all under observation. So that Genevieve is brought to jail, you all eventually make your way to the town and back to your lives. And I would like to tell you, thank you, murderer, for winning.
No!
Her. I knew it was her.
Didn't do it! I told you! From the very beginning, I didn't do it! Yes, I robbed from him!
I was gonna
So
say it was
what?
too obvious.
Yes,
that
too
it was
obvious.
her.
You robbed from him, but
Yeah,
you
it
robbed
was
from
too
my
obvious.
poor mother, who had to raise me all alone. Without my father.
He's your father too?
That's why I was like, how old are you?
Oh, you did say they could be
I
related.
freaking knew it when we were in the hallway, and you're like, kind of like antsy, like,
I left it with you two on purpose because I knew Megan was the murderer and it would make her sweat. And I knew Meredith was the finger, so I knew she was just gonna be like, what's happening?
I knew
Shouldn't
in
have
the
fainted, boo.
hallway
Shouldn't
when-
have fainted.
She
the
planted
hallway
it on
when
you
we're
when you
like-
fainted. She rolled me a dice. She rolled a 24 on her sleight of hand check to be able to plant the lipstick on her.
Oh,
Damn.
Wow.
You only knew because
see,
you
I
looked
knew
at my
I knew it was gonna
phone.
be framed,
No,
but
I
then
didn't
couldn't
see what it
remember
said.
when that could have happened.
I
couldn't
just,
remember when that would have happened.
I knew that it wasn't me,
Right.
and I knew it wasn't them,
I
so
made
it had
a
to be
I made
you.
a point to make. I mean, you guys are all your character sheets are on your phones, but I also made a point not to tell you to not look at your phones because I knew Megan would want to text me during the stream and tell me things that you'd want to do. So.
God damn it! Ugh.
Okay, so in about a year, I'm gonna contact all of you. I'm gonna need you for a job.
No.
So, I'm sorry, my love, that you got sent to jail.
Well, I wanted it to be really piled up high against me,
I know you
and then
did.
I wanted to be like, I didn't
And
do
it was.
It was piled up real high.
Because I came up with the idea
I'm gonna
to
reveal I thought it was
steal and
Oh, really?
Yep.
leave possible
Because
evidence.
The way
and
she
stuff like
acted
that.
was the way Lacey acts when she's lying through her teeth!
I'm lazy.
Look at her just like. But
no.
the thing is, that was never asked. Was like, oh, when was the robbery possibly done? Was it done at the same time that the murder happened?
Well,
Which in
No.
fact it was.
it was.
In full transparency, he also made me do a roll to see how I was behaving prior to falling on
Yeah.
Belkis,
So
and I rolled horribly, so I was like glaring at him beforehand the whole time, but nobody asked.
yeah, you guys. I
At the ballroom.
specifically narrated the ship moved again. She had first rolled really high in her acrobatics check, but later on she fell on top of Belkis.
Ah!
And at which point she was able to, which I had said, to be able to plant the lipstick on the back of his neck, and got away with it. She rolled
This
really
is
high
my
in sleight of hand
holiday.
for that, but really crappily for her, kind of making it obvious. So I made a point to tell you all.
Still
that
mad
she
that
fell
I'm not
on.
the murderer. Really wanted to be the
I know,
killer.
I was sad.
He,
that I was
at
the
first I was
murderer.
like, oh, and then I was like, but wait, I have a great plan and a great character, and it's Halloween.
So those of you who are interested, anything that happened during the evening or during the murder, which was there was a theft, there was a murder, those were played out beforehand. The rolls were made, and that determined what you guys would have noticed, what evidence was left, and so on and so forth. Megan's character didn't think to get rid of the lipstick, so since it was on her, which made it then again easier to put the finger on her, but then
Up
she was
until I
able to.
moved
I
it.
knew it wasn't Meredith, but I just couldn't
Right.
think of any more questions to
Right.
ask.
And all
I
the
told
evidence
you I
was
didn't do
gone.
it.
Like,
I was gonna say we never asked about your relationship with Belkis. So.
yeah.
Everybody was too big on me.
Well,
It's
and
the antlers.
it's the what antlers?
Did any of your chat friends figure it out?
Nope, nobody commented and tried to guess.
Mm.
So, but good job.
Oh, damn it.
Wasn't gonna let inside checks on the players because I knew Megan was stressing it enough as
What?
it is. And
Swiper no swiping. The
Because-
fox got away.
when she came up to do her interview, we talked for a second, and I could just like sense nervousness about the whole thing. So.
I'm like, what are we doing? How is this working, Shane?
I was nervous. Nothing to be
Oh,
nervous
right.
about.
Exactly.
Well, that's why I
I
figured
mean, that's
it
the
wouldn't
thing.
be...
3 of us knew that we weren't the murderers,
Yeah.
so it's like, you all blame us for this, but I know it's not
Yeah.
me.
That's it. And I made sure you all had a really good motive.
Yeah.
So I thought you guys were gonna change the finger to Nyx there for a second when I made the comment
Yeah.
about her gaining anything if they were both indisposed.
I was really earnest about him being my father, okay? Like,
I thought for sure it was
For
gonna
real.
point
He
change
did
the finger.
right by you. I don't know what the fluff happened with me, but like he did right by you. Me, you just abandoned me.
You weren't.
See,
so
Shane,
you.
I guess from the very beginning when, like, after you, like, were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna roll to see who the murderer is, and I'm like, it's gonna be Megan.
to be
Because
fair,
she does nothing usually in our D&D stream, so it's gonna be Megan.
to be fair, she commented.
Use a dice
She
bag.
said it'd be really funny if it was Megan. So it was great. It was.
Do you need your dice out of this too?
What else was I gonna
Do you need your...
Oh yeah.
I'm human again.
Well, good job, guys. I apologize to those of you who are not able to find out the true murderer.
What are the chances?
To be fair, that's happened to Meredith 3 times on our streams. Oh no, that wasn't your dice.
Oh, she's dropped dice in her teacup. She's done that.
That was me trying to open it. It flipped and landed in the cup. All right,
It's also
let's find
landed.
it.
Extreme
no,
tiddlywinks.
No, it's not my teacup. It lands in the.
No, the milk thing. That's right.
Right, it went right into the milk jug. Yep.
Anyway, for those of you who are watching now or in the future, thank you so much for joining us for our murder mystery stream. Feel free to comment if you guessed it or not.
I knew that you were the murderer.
You
It's-
live with me. That's cheating.
I didn't know until now.
So thank you guys for watching.
I figured it out
Um,
tonight.
Don't forget to check us out on Monday nights at 6:30, where we play our ongoing campaign of Field and Forest.
Where I'm not a murderer. I just kill people. 'cause
That's
I'm
not
paid
true
to
at all.
do
You
that.
kill people a whole bunch.
I'm paid to do that, and they threaten my life.
That's a murder.
I'm paid to do that. That's a
I
murder.
mean, at least you guys aren't murder hobos, so.
It's true.
Oh,
No,
We
we are
just
not murder
avoid
hobos. We are murder
conflict.
adventurers. We know where we're sleeping.
Yes, in our wagon now.
Yes, we
Wow.
got a wagon
Yeah.
and horses.
Is
I'm
it pulled by a
so
moose?
ready.
No,
Brandy Buck and Took.
those are the horses.
Oh.
I get to name the horses.
It's a really nice wagon too. We can sleep in it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone should shop
Is it
there.
covered?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice.
I can't remember the name of the wagon guy, but everyone should shop there.
Ron.
Shameless
Bronze wagons.
plugging. That's what this is.
No, that's what he asked for.
He asked for a shameless plug. And spread my name. That's what he told us.
Hey,
So be sure to check us out Monday nights at 6:30 for that, which is fun. Where we do occasionally have guest stars. Ashley has guest starred
Like,
before.
Ashley?
I know we plan on having more guest stars.
Please.
Possibly
So,
even
I'm
more if
excited.
you get off your butt, Courtney.
Yeah, Courtney.
It's for it forever.
Hey.
We'll ever know this. But thank you guys for watching. We really appreciate you being here. It was great to have you here, even though we weren't talking to you guys a lot. I hope you enjoyed the murder mystery stream and watching them all struggle over who was the actual murderer. And watching the
Knock
murderer
this
get away
out
with
and
it.
we'll go look at the chat.
So,
Did
Thank-
you didn't
Is this
reveal
a
the
moose?
murderer to them, did you?
to the
That's a
group,
kraken.
No.
It's
they had
upside
no
down.
clue. So,
Oh, Shane's got something like that. And I also thought it was like a moose or something.
No, they're kraken dice.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Makes sense.
I've been looking at it like this as
All right,
well.
everybody.
You
Say
know,
goodbye
just
to
out
the
on the break.
internet.
Bye,
Internet.
Internet.
See you on Monday.
See you guys on Monday and have a great weekend. Stay safe out there. Bye.